Call this meeting to order for the Salt Lake City Planning Commission, September 14th, 2022. We have a really full agenda tonight, so we'll get going. All right, we have approval for 2 different minutes, so we're going to be catching up here. So I will need this handled twice, though. Do we have, I will say the minutes for August 10th, David, I can't remember which one it was, but ELPCO was referred to in the minutes as ELCO. And so we just need to add a P in there to properly reference them. Is there any other comments on the minutes for August 10th? And if not, can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for August 10th.
I'll second.
All right, this is for August 10th again. I have a motion from Amy and a second from Maureen. We'll go ahead and vote. Maureen?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Andrew? John?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Levi? Oh, he's not here yet. Okay. I just realized that. Okay. And then I will also abstain because I was absent. All right, that motion passes. 5-0. Now we have the second motion for the minutes for August 24th. Do I have a motion for that?
I'll make a motion to approve the August 24th minutes.
All right.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion from Mike and a second from Maureen. Let's go ahead and vote. Maureen?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Andra?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Still no Levi, and I will also vote yes. That motion passes 7-0. Okay, moving on, the report of the chair. So I have an announcement from Brenda Shear, who is not in attendance tonight, but she wanted me to pass on to everyone that the College of Architecture and Planning is honoring her career on September 26th at 6:30 p.m. at the Memorial House in Memory Grove with a reception and a lecture. She just published an article in the Utah Historical Quarterly about the Plat of Zion, so she'll be presenting on that. And you all are invited and welcome to attend. She wanted me to make sure. 6:30 p.m. Okay, that's my only announcement for this point. Maureen?
I have nothing.
Okay, report of the director.
Yeah, we have a few things. First and foremost, we make sure to talk in your microphone so everyone can hear you. Some people are doing a better job than others. We're going to have a big crowd, so we just want to make sure everyone can participate. We just want to let you know the Ballpark Community Council was briefed with the City Council yesterday, and it looks like they weren't looking at making substantial changes to it, so it looks like it's probably going to be up for vote in the very near future. Amy, you had mentioned that SB 110.
Yeah, on Monday.
Yeah, and so we were kind of looking into it. Obviously, it's a new law that was passed last year from the state of Utah that basically says that you have to add water management and conservation into your master plans. And so it is something we're working on. Public Utilities is pushing the lead. They actually already have a water conservation master plan, so we're hoping that that will be able to work for most of our stuff, that we don't have to put a lot more effort into it. But so we are working on it. And then Amy had something as well.
Yeah, we just wanted to let you know a formal petition hasn't been initiated yet, but we have been having some preliminary discussions with the council and with the administration about our landscaping regulations and how we might be able to change those to better promote water conservation. We had an initial briefing with council last week to get some feedback on what changes they'd like us to potentially explore. So just want to let you know that's probably going to be coming down the pipeline, but there isn't a formal petition submitted at this time yet.
Okay. That seems like it's also very much in conjunction with SB 110. So, okay. Is that it? Okay, thank you. Okay, this is we have about 10 minutes to do a discussion for things, and I wanted to kind of say 3 of the commissioners went to the APA Utah conference last week. Mike, Amy, and myself. And I was hoping that each of us could just very quickly, because we can't have a full debriefing, but what were the top 2 things that you came away with?
I went to an ADU session, and an interesting thing that I learned when the state of Utah made internal ADUs just allowed instead of conditional use, it also allowed enforcement to be done by website. So if you have an internal ADU, code enforcement can bring action against the homeowner just for listing the property on Airbnb or whatever. So that was interesting. That's a difference from external ADUs. And I also went to a conditional use permit meeting, and they talked a lot about how conditional use, lots of times we think of allowed as yes and prohibited as no, and conditional use is maybe, but conditional use maybe doesn't mean maybe. It means yes, as long as these specific things are allowed. So that's kind of a different way to think of conditional use, and there are a few findings in the Utah Supreme Court that you have to allow those. That's the way the language says, and if they meet the requirements, you have to allow them. And in particular, the a dispute by a adjoining landowner or a neighbor saying, I don't like this conditional use to be allowed, is specifically disallowed as a reason to not say yes to the conditional use request. So those were two things I learned that I thought were interesting in particular.
Thanks, Amy. Did you get your hair cut?
I did.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right, Mike.
One thing that was interesting, I went to a session where they were talking about the differences between legislative decisions and administrative decisions, and we were warned by the attorney that was on the panel to be careful to not put the city in an awkward position by asking applicants for things that aren't actually required in code. So the bottom line is to listen to the city attorney as a planning commission.
It's always a good idea.
Yes, when Paul speaks, we all listen. What else? What was your second one? Or was that it?
That's probably the best
Okay.
point that I picked up on.
Okay. Well, I will say the one on water was a really, really interesting topic, and I'm wondering, John and Amy, if we couldn't get, I don't remember his name, but the guy who ran these sessions from the Jordan Water Conservation District, because we hear a lot about there's not enough water, there's, in public comments, my friends certainly say it all the time. But one of the things he really talked about was this difference between consumption and demand, and then how we're writing requirements for how much a particular, say, apartment, multi-dwelling has to provide, and how those are sometimes not in accordance with each other because they've made conservation efforts, and so we haven't allowed for a less demand. But he talked a lot about the difference between internal usage and then external for yards, and that he kind of said that the internal stuff was captured and reused, which is somewhat disturbing, and I don't really know that that's what he meant, but we didn't have time for questions in that session, so I didn't get clarification. But I think there was enough in that is really interesting for us too. He had a really good graph of how much water usage for this particular size of an apartment or a really low level density dwelling to a house with X amount of acreage of yard, and how ultimately the house with the yard is what actually uses the most water. But I think that I have a lot of questions to that, but it would be really interesting and a good education for us to kind of delve into that a little bit for one of our dinner sessions.
Yeah, and I think that'd be interesting for staff as well. So we can look into that, or we could even talk to Laura Briefer if she has somebody in her office if we're not able to get this person. But we'll look into it. Thanks.
Okay. And then my other takeaway was HB 303. So a city up in Davis County has made a bunch of ordinance changes to kind of require affordable housing, and this is again comments we get a lot, you should just require this and this and this. Well, it turns out that a developer that's very active here in Salt Lake City was going to do a project up there, and shame on them, reference HB 303, and it's a state law that says a developer does not have to follow city affordable housing ordinances. And that was a really a big eye-opener, and so the city could not make this developer follow these recently adopted ordinances they made. And so they're basically don't know what to do. So in a sense, I guess that made me start to think over this last week about how the approach maybe we're taking on ADUs is a better one, that we're trying to incentivize this certain outcome. Because if we just demand it, there's a state law that says they don't have to do it. And the developers obviously know that, so that was a good one. There were a lot of things that I probably was like, wow, I did not realize that.
Amy, are you referencing the state law banning inclusionary zoning?
Nope.
It's a different one.
Yep.
That was the big part of 303 was the inclusionary zoning ban.
Yeah, it might be, but there was a part in it that specifically said that a developer does not have, if a city or whatever, the county or the town has ordinances related to affordable housing, not necessarily inclusionary zoning, but affordable, like you have to maybe do this or maybe do that.
If it's like you have to build 20% affordable, that's an inclusionary zoning.
It was something else.
Yeah, we're allowed to do incentive programs for affordable housing, but yeah, we can't mandate.
Yeah, so they had mandated various things. Some of it was inclusionary, but some of it wasn't. And the HB 303 basically says the city the city can do that, but the developers don't have to follow it. So it kind of cuts that off. Anyway, all right. Where's my agenda? Darn it. Are there any other questions from commissioners?
Can I do a shout out real quick? I met a resident this week who said that her and her family watch planning commission meetings every other week for date night. So, hey to Glenna. I hope this is a good one. I hope you like it.
I feel like there's something about, there's got to be something more entertaining than this, but all right. Okay. All right, well, we'll move on to the public hearing portions of our agenda. First up is ADU amendments, which is case number PLN PCM 2022-00475. And Michael McNamee is, I hope I said that right, is presenting. And I just want to commend you, Michael. Your staff report was really, really well done. And I had 0 questions on Monday with those guys, so kudos to you on that. But
Hey, good evening. Okay. So this is a proposed change to the zoning ordinance that would amend the city's accessory dwelling unit ordinance. The amendment is being proposed to eliminate conditional use requirements for ADUs and generally adjust zoning standards to make it easier for ADUs to be built. On February 9th, 2022, the Planning Commission voted to initiate a petition to remove the conditional use requirement currently in place for new detached ADUs in single-family residential zones. Subsequently, Planning discussed the upcoming amendment with the City Council during their March 8th work session, and staff were given the direction to broaden the scope of the amendment beyond just conditional use requirements. Council offered guidance about what they would like to see included in the amendment, and staff also began to research best practices for ADUs nationwide. Early notification of the proposal was sent to community council chairs on May 18th, beginning a 45-day public comment period that ended on July 5th. On August 10th, a briefing was given to the Planning Commission to discuss the proposed amendment, and the Commission gave staff the direction to make some modifications to the draft. Those changes have been made and will be discussed later in the presentation. So to recap the proposed changes, the amended requirements for ADUs would eliminate the need for conditional use approval for detached ADUs in single-family residential zoning districts. It would also expand where ADUs could be built, allowing them in any zoning district where residential uses are already permitted, and allowing them on duplex, multifamily, and non-residential properties. Size and setback requirements are proposed to be adjusted to make it easier for ADUs to be built on Salt Lake City's narrow, deep lots. When ADUs are constructed near public alleys, the new regulations would require adding elements to help activate the alley. Detached dwelling units, or DDUs, would be eliminated from the form-based zones so that all ADUs in the city would be regulated the same way. Requirements for patios, decks, and outdoor space would be given more detail for the sake of clarity, with size and setback requirements for these outdoor structures being adjusted. Parking requirements would be amended to include additional exceptions to the off-street parking requirement for ADUs. Window and entrance requirements would be changed so that only second-floor windows would be regulated by the zoning ordinance, and requirements for first-floor windows and doors would be determined by building and fire code. The amendment would also make changes to sections of the zoning ordinance outside of, or the zoning code outside of the ADU ordinance. The section regulating maximum size and lot coverage for accessory buildings would be amended so that accessory buildings could be larger than 720 square feet in single-family residential zones if the building were located entirely within the buildable area of the lot and complied with all lot coverage requirements. Several new definitions are proposed to be added to the ordinance to help clarify the standards in the code for the city and public. This slide summarizes the changes that have been made to the proposed language since the briefing in August. During the briefing, some commissioners expressed concern that requiring an operable window to face a public alley would create a public safety issue, so that requirement has been eliminated. An ADU built within 15 feet of a public alley would now only need to provide lighting on the side of the ADU facing the alley and provide a pedestrian path between the entrance of the ADU and the alley with a gate provided if there's a fence. An additional concern was raised by the commission regarding the parking section. In the current ADU ordinance, a property owner can choose not to provide the required off-street parking stall for an ADU if there's legally located on-street parking in front of the property. Staff had proposed to change the language of that exception to say that a minimum of 20 feet of uninterrupted curb length was required for the sake of clarity. However, concerns were raised that this was not a long enough space. In the updated draft, the exception has been changed so that it can only be granted if there is a parking stall along the length of the property that meets city requirements to be considered a legal space. A specific curb length needed to qualify for the exception is not provided. One additional change since the briefing is proposed by staff, and that change would allow for ADUs that are taller than 17 feet in height to maintain the minimum 3-foot required setback from side and rear property lines, or 10-foot required setback from corner side property lines, rather than having to increase the setback by 1 foot for every additional foot in building height above 17 feet if the property abuts an alley or a property in a non-residential zoning district. And that setback exception would only apply to the side of the ADU which abutted the alley or non-residential zoning district. During the briefing, the commission expressed that some of the changes could have been presented in a way that was easier to understand. So staff has produced graphics to represent some of the changes visually. The graphics displayed on the screen represent the current setback standards on the left and the proposed standards on the right. Currently, a setback of 4 feet is required from side and rear property lines if the ADU is 17 feet in height or shorter. Once the ADU is taller than 17 feet in height, it must be set back a minimum of 10 feet from side and rear property lines, unless the ADU abuts an alley, in which case the setback can be reduced to 4 feet. Under the proposed regulations, a setback of 3 feet would be required from side and rear property lines if the ADU is 17 feet in height or shorter, and a setback of 10 feet would be required from a corner side property line. If the ADU were taller than 17 feet, an increase in setback would be required equal to the additional height, meaning an additional setback of 1 foot for every additional foot in building height. An ADU that was 18 feet in height would be required to provide a 4-foot setback from side and rear. A 19-foot tall ADU would be required to provide 5-foot setbacks, and so on. The maximum building height for an ADU would be limited to 24 feet, the same as the current ordinance. If an ADU was proposed to be that height, a minimum setback of 10 feet would be required from side and rear. The commission mentioned the window requirements as something that specifically needed clarification. So these next graphics show where second floor windows would be allowed under the proposed regulations. So to reiterate, ground floor windows would not be regulated by the ADU ordinance, but would be regulated by building and fire code requirements. On the second floor, windows would only be allowed if they met one of 4 conditions listed in the ordinance. Each of the following graphics represents one of those conditions. The dark blue building represents the ADU, and the light blue shaded area denotes where windows would be allowed. Second floor windows would be allowed in the following circumstances. One, the window is on a wall that faces an elevation of the principal building, which is shown on the left. Two, the window is at least 10 feet from a side or rear property line, as shown on the right. Three, the window is a clear story window where the bottom of the window is at least 6 feet above the finished floor of the second story, again shown on the left. And four, the exterior wall is adjacent to an alley, shown on the right. As of yesterday, September 13th, 31 written comments have been received from the public regarding this proposal. 14 of those were received after the staff report was published, so they aren't included in the report, but were added to the Dropbox for the Commission's review. One thing to note here is that in the staff report, I characterized the tenor of public comment as generally being supportive of the amendment. That was true at the time of publication, but the comments received since then have generally not been in favor of the proposal. Based on the new comments, I would characterize them as being more neutral in tone overall, with about the same number being in support as those that are opposed. 2 letters have been received from community councils, one from Yale Crest and one from Sugar House. The letter from the Sugar House Council is not included in the staff report because it was received after publication. And most of the public comments received after publication were attached to that letter. Both community councils expressed reservations regarding different elements of the proposal, including increasing maximum size, reducing setbacks, and getting rid of the conditional use process. They also mentioned wanting to make sure the alley activation requirements are well thought out and wanting to keep the city's owner occupancy requirement for properties with ADUs. The city also received a letter from the AARP that was supportive of the city's efforts to make it easier to build ADUs. The letter discusses the importance of ADUs as a source of affordable housing, a good option for people who want to live near a caretaker, and a good way for older adults to be able to downsize without leaving a neighborhood setting. Staff finds that the proposal generally meets the standards for zoning amendments as discussed in the staff report, and recommends that the Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation to the City Council. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take questions at this time. And I did want to address a question from the briefing that I said I would need to review the language to be able to answer. And that was regarding whether it would be possible to attach an unrelated accessory use to an ADU under the proposed language as you can now. And so the short answer to that is yes, you would still be able to do that. And the accessory use would just need to meet the size and lot coverage requirements for the district.
Right.
And I do have the proposed language in front of me, so if you have questions about specific provisions or sections.
All right,
happy
thank
to
you,
take those.
Michael. Any questions for staff this time, commissioners? Go ahead.
Yes, excellent report. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. And I think this very much goes in the right direction. I mean, I was, the 720 square feet, I'm wondering where this was arrived at. And I guess my instinct is, you know, we know the biggest need for housing affordability is in single parent households. And it's really hard to build a 2-bedroom in 720 square feet. I guess my other concern, I have 2 concerns about the use as a short-term rental. One is just reiterating the language that is another part of our code. I'm not sure we need to kind of add this language a second or third time. But I'm also, I actually suspect that the greatest number of abusive uses of ADUs are in small ADUs. Like most people don't go out and rent a 1,000 square foot hotel room. And so I think we might reduce the amount of sort of illicit activity in our ADUs if we allowed for larger unit sizes. How did we decide on the 720 square feet?
So we landed on that number because that's the allowable size for accessory buildings in general. And so we were matching that figure. And we did include an allowance for larger ADUs if the lot is larger than 12,000 square feet, kind of in the hopes that it would address what you're talking about. So
That's a really big lot. 12,000 square feet?
in some of our districts, yes. It is.
Any other questions?
Michael, my understanding is that this is the only place in code where short-term rentals is defined when we add it this time. Is that true?
So it would actually go in the general definitions section of the zoning ordinance,
Because it's not already somewhere.
not in the zoning ordinance, no.
Okay. So my understanding is that makes this possibly easier to enforce once you define the term.
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah, Commissioner Burrows, I would just mention, we've interpreted them to be more as a hotel use because they were rented daily. And so we've only been allowing them in those zones that would allow for a hotel, motel, or bed and breakfast. Nowhere in the code does it currently have, say, you cannot have a short-term rental. But now it would in ADU, yeah.
How does it facilitate the enforcement?
That's a great question, and I don't know that we know yet. But I think it has to be at least better when we can blatantly, specifically say, you cannot have this use, rather than we're kind of going around to making
But
assumptions.
it's already in
yeah.
city code, right? Like,
It's not.
It's not.
so where is the ban on 30-day, on less than 30 days? I thought that was somewhere in
It's-
city code.
So a hotel or motel is defined as a unit of living that is being rented for less than 30 days. And so then we took that to say that in the land use code, that it was interpreted more like that than it was like a general multifamily rental unit.
Also, the definition of dwelling indicates that it is a use that is occupied for a minimum of 30 days. So we believe that our defense is strong. It makes the argument easier. It's more linear to just say, short-term rental, no, instead of having to explain to a hearing officer in the court, well, here's how we get there.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Michael. We'll bring it back to you after the public hearing portion. Go ahead and open the public hearing portion of this agenda item. And if I have 3 cards, if you wish to speak on this, you can please fill out a card. If you wish to speak on anything tonight, please fill out a card that's out in the hallway, and you can give them to John, and they'll make their way up here. But we will start. Judy, are you speaking for the community council? Okay. So we'll start with Judy Short.
Good evening. I'm Judy Short, and I'm the Land Use Chair for the Sugar House Community Council. In general, I think the ADUs that have been completed aren't causing problems. Sorry. You have acknowledged that you haven't given you haven't had as many of these completed as you were expecting, and think that's because the requirements were too onerous or expensive, referring to the sewer and water hookups and the filing fee. And it's clear that none of the finished ADUs are what we would call affordable, even though that was your hope. We're not fond of the shipping containers being used. We would expect that ADUs would be in the style and materials that the base house is made of. We've met many Sugar House residents and heard their comments as each of our ADUs were reviewed. Objections recently had to do with a perceived loss of privacy or proximity to their own dwelling because there's an extra dwelling in the backyard. And now you want to remove the conditional use requirement that has allowed the extra scrutiny and study of these units. We understand it takes a great deal of staff time, but it also results in a better product. Perhaps the permit counter staff are now well-versed in what is needed to build such a dwelling and have it fit in the neighborhood. And this won't be a problem going forward. I think I said that more like a suggestion. We think your idea to activate the alleys is well-intentioned. However, the city doesn't do anything to make the alley safe or any kind of maintenance. Lighting at the rear of the ADU should be required on the alley, whether or not there's an entrance to the ADU on the alley side. And motion lights required just for alley safety. Nefarious activities are ever present in the alleys, and the idea that someone is watching or there is light to shine on those activities is a positive step. I don't see why these parcels can not be encouraged to put a parking space next to the ADU from the alley. There could still be a fence to block access in view of the car, with a garage door opener to use when the car approaches the driveway. Gravel could be acceptable. We don't need a concrete driveway. The fence needs to be 6 feet in height. I don't think having a space on the parking curb is enough to say this parking space is reserved for our ADU unit. There aren't extra spaces around on the city streets. We think the window requirements are acceptable. The owner occupancy for one unit is not negotiable. Every comment I had said that. Everyone thinks this is the only way to go. We all live in neighborhoods where we can tell the rental houses from the owner occupants. The rental homes look terrible, not maintained, weeds everywhere. Short-term rentals should not be allowed. I think you've covered that. The penalties are not enough. Current violators just pay their fine and then continue to offer short-term rentals. I mean, ridiculous. All the time you spend for enforcement, and you're not stopping them, you're just letting them go? The fee ought to be $10,000. Maybe that would make a difference. Making them condos achieves nothing. We like the fact that an effort will be made to not have lighting shining in the neighbors' yards. That's one of the most frequent complaints. The city does little to enforce its own ordinances. It's up to the neighbors to complain and complain and complain again. It shouldn't be that way. The city should care about its neighborhoods. It's not evidenced now. These ADUs do not benefit the neighborhoods, only the property owner. The neighborhood gets more automobiles, more noise, and more density. To provide more affordable housing, what can be done to help homeowners get loans to build an ADU so that their ADU can be more affordable? The city should benefit from these, not just the developer. The city readily says the developers have asked for these changes. We don't need to be catering to them. They're doing fine. And remember what I said, make the materials and style match the main house. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Judy. Next up, we have Lynne Schwartz.
I'm Lynne Schwartz, Vice Chair of the Land Use and Zoning Committee, the Sugar House Community Council. The planner states this update is to minimize the potential negative impacts to neighboring properties. It purports to do this by increasing the allowable square footage, increasing the allowable height, and decreasing the required interior, rear, and side yard setbacks. All of these changes clearly increase the impact on neighboring properties. The removal of the conditional use designation and allowing ADUs as the permitted use should be dropped. The public will lose any opportunity to weigh in on whether all mitigation efforts have been employed. The proposed elimination of the off-street parking requirement feeds into the fantasy that if you eliminate parking, you eliminate cars. This has been disproven many times. Example, the overwhelmed street parking around the Brixton. Many streets in Salt Lake City are quite narrow, and the addition of even a small number of additional cars is problematic. ADUs can be a valuable addition to housing stock, especially if used for family, but to pin your hopes of increasing affordability on them is extremely dubious. Almost all of them that have come before the Sugar House Community Council have been proposed as market rate. As your planner, Lindquist, recently replied to an inquiry about whether there was any data that showed an unrestricted ADU ordinance increases affordable housing stock, we don't really have a lot of that information. Once again, ADUs should be designed and regulated so as to minimize negative impacts on neighboring properties as much as possible. This update does the opposite.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Next up, we have Cindy Cromer.
My name is Cindy Cromer. Let's go back to the Becker administration, so 3 mayors ago, and the beginnings of an ordinance for accessory dwelling units. Ralph had to have this tool in his signature plan to revise the zoning ordinance in terms of sustainability. There was considerable opposition in the community, but the staff persisted for years, with Michael Malloy doggedly pursuing the task. The results were less than meager. Then there was another less restrictive version, and now we have what I'm calling a significant overhaul. Through all of this effort, the return on investment has been meager in terms of the number of units added to the city's supply of housing. What has happened is that almost everyone now realizes the problems with our supply of housing. They didn't in the Becker administration. The legislation then was about a signature accomplishment, not about a crisis. We're in a crisis. So the return on investment has been inadequate so far, particularly when you look at staff time and citizens' time. What do we need to be concerned about as you make a recommendation? Number one, that you avoid making it easier for ADUs to be used as overnight accommodations. There are a couple of requirements which strike me as helpful in thwarting these commercial ventures in zones where overnight accommodations are not allowed. One is a restricted covenant on the property with the permitting of the ADU. The other is owner occupancy of one of the units. I don't see either of these strategies as foolproof, but they offer some limit on the exploitation of housing for overnight use. Secondly, that the city sponsor or at least identify resources to assist homeowners who want to create ADUs, especially those homeowners with lower incomes, in the financing and construction of ADUs. As long as the constructions of efficiency apartments, such as those of the Magnolia, cost over $300,000, the vultures circling Salt Lake are going to exploit every opportunity to commercialize our residential areas at the expense of people who are trying to live here.
That's time, Cindy.
Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in attendance that wishes to speak on this agenda item? Amy, any comments received via email? Okay, with that, I will close the public comment portion of this item and bring it back to the commission for a discussion and any additional questions we may have for Michael.
This is Commissioner Burrows. I think in particular, the two things that Cindy suggested that would be, might be helpful in decreasing the possible use of these as overnight housing are in the law. Like, it has to be owner occupied is still in this rule. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I think it is. And there are title restrictions saying that it has to be owner occupied, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then also the change to the parking is not dramatic. That parking, it always requires one parking space. Now that parking space, what that requirement is, I think is better defined in this rule. Does that sound right? Like, it has to be like an uninterrupted length of curb. And, or it's in a zone that doesn't have any minimum parking, which those are transit-oriented zones anyway. So I kind of think that some of those concerns are addressed in here. Does this rule address in any way, like, shipping containers, or does it have to match? I didn't see that it has to match the main building's style and type material.
No, we chose not to add additional design standards for ADUs.
Okay.
So a couple comments on the shipping containers. I think where most of the innovation aiming to reduce housing construction costs is coming. There's a ton of companies out in California that are really trying hard to get the construction costs down, and one of them is shipping containers. Maybe that's not going to be the winner long term, but I think that if we start putting any mandates on design restrictions, we really lose an opportunity to allow affordable housing, new construction, newly built affordable housing at scale. So I'd be very hesitant about that. I was very struck by Eric Valchus's comment. I think this was received just this afternoon. He sort of pointed out the way that the owner occupancy requirement can potentially create instability for tenants because if the primary building, if the lot is sold to an investor, that you basically are kind of evicting a tenant who's in the ADU. And so I worry that this is, if we don't remove the owner occupancy requirement, we're sort of not being consistent with our Thriving in Place study, where we're trying, we're putting significant city resources into reducing displacement, but if we keep the owner occupancy requirement there, I'm also concerned about the owner occupancy requirement because it's been highlighted by several studies on housing affordability as a barrier to financing. Now, Fannie Mae has come out with a new financing technique for, they're now going to allow homeowners to get a mortgage up to, I think it's $50,000, don't quote me on that, to build an ADU on a property, which should help with the financing. I don't know if $50,000 goes far enough, and I don't know that, it's a new program, so I'm not sure, but I would like to hear other commissioners' thoughts on the owner occupancy requirement.
I think this new version has you can pause the owner occupancy for a bunch of reasons, like if you're activated in the military, right? Or if you leave for a defined period of time.
Yeah, that's
that kind of
actually a carryover from the current ordinance.
That's
but
the
yes.
current ordinance? Okay. I like that there were ways to pause it, or if you move out of the home to go into a retirement home or something like that for a defined period of time, that can kind of waive the owner occupancy. But I like the owner occupancy requirement in there because I feel like it comes up as a comment in every ADU discussion, I think, that people are concerned if it's not owner occupied.
Any other discussion points? If not, I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Based on the information in the staff report, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation to the City Council for PLN PCM 2022-00475, the proposed accessory dwelling unit ordinance amendments with the ability to amend the adopted ordinance language as necessary to eliminate potential conflicts with other pending ordinances and ensure consistency with other code sections and references in the zoning ordinance. Planning Commission recommends the following modifications: that we change the maximum number of square footage for the ADU to 1,000 square feet.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Andra and a second from Mike. Any discussion to that motion?
Where did the 1,000 square feet come from?
I looked at this letter, and I think that 1,000 square feet is based on what you would need to build a 2-bedroom unit there. Maybe you could get away with 900 square feet, but 1,000 seems reasonable. And again, I think there's just a huge need for more housing in sort of single-parent households where you might need 2 bedrooms. But I was really moved by this letter by Valchus.
I particularly probably won't support the motion with that specific addition, but that's just my comment.
I guess how would you recommend dealing with lot coverage? Like if you allow 1,000 square feet and there's no yard, like that's the point of the smaller units, is that you maintain outdoor space. So I could see it potentially a friendly amendment of some sort of percentage of the dwelling unit. Like if the house is a certain square footage, then you build a ADU that's a similar square footage, but I think your lot coverage gets you.
Could we amend it to a maximum amount of lot coverage? Is that a possibility? Such that like a lot coverage does not exceed.
I think that's what they were trying to do with if your lot exceeds a certain size, you can go bigger.
Right.
And that's the reason for that, is so that you maintain a yard and like space around the unit.
Is that is that how you came up with the 12,000 square feet?
It's part of the logic. I think that was just a nice even. It was 10% of 12,000. I do want to point out that we have a 50% lot coverage maximum for the rear yard, and ADUs would need to comply with that, regardless of the maximum size that was
so you
permitted.
said 1,000 square foot max with a 50% lot coverage. I think that's reasonable. So if we get by with that, I think that would be fine.
But then if it's 50% lot coverage, then it would be maybe 50% lot coverage is only going to get you 500 square feet.
Yeah.
Right. So then it doesn't matter what the maximum is. You could have 10,000 square foot max, and it doesn't matter because you can only cover 50% of the lot. So.
Any other discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll go ahead and vote on it. Maureen?
I'll vote yes if they amend the motion to to include the additional lot coverage.
Okay, well then let's
start
go
over.
back. Let's start over.
Well, and Commissioner Bachman, we were saying the lot coverages already exist.
It already exists, but it's 50%.
And so, I mean, just by adding the allowance for a larger one, most of our lots are still not going to allow for 1,000 square feet, just
Right.
based on the size of an R1 5000 lot. It would allow for somebody in a larger, let's say East Bench lots where you get a bigger half acre or something lot, it would allow you more size. But yeah, just make sure that those lot coverages for the total lot and then the lot coverage for the rear yard would not change.
And that's already in
That's in the code right now.
existing.
So a question for staff, then isn't the maximum size redundant? Why wouldn't we just have it at 50% lot coverage? Whose lot's that big that they would, I don't know, that's just a question
I think
for
John makes
staff.
a really good point.
I mean,
actually.
there are exceptions, and frankly, I think a lot of people that have more yard are more willing to build an ADU because they're seeing their rear yard shrink, and so it can give somebody an opportunity to have a little bit larger, even though it's not going to help a lot of people necessarily, just dealing with the average size of the lots.
Yeah.
So I guess that does leave the question of why don't we just take out any square footage completely and just go with what's in the code is 50% lot. You can build up to 50% lot coverage if you choose.
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
You couldn't hear me?
I know.
Go speak into the microphone.
I practically eat the microphone. That if we just removed any reference to square footage, 720 or 1,000, and then it just then defaults to what's already in the code, that you could build an ADU up to 50% lot coverage, which is what already exists.
Because if you had like a 20,000 square foot lot, and all of a sudden your rear yard, let's say your rear yard is like 3,000 or 4,000 square feet.
And who has that?
They do exist. Up in the foothills,
They
you'll
are.
see it a lot. On the East Bench, you'll see it a lot.
Are in
Even
Salt
in
Lake.
like Sugar House, if
They
you go
are
down
in Salt Lake, but how many of
2700
those
south,
homes are going to be building ADUs? Realistically.
Well, realistically, we haven't had a lot in any zone, to be honest. But I think we'd be more really. I would say I think that we need to have a number, and then also utilize the maximum lot coverage because they come in handy. They're two different tools to make sure an ADU is supposed to be subordinate to the house, right? That was the whole idea, as an accessory dwelling unit and not a second primary dwelling unit. So
Okay.
I think we would appreciate it that way, but certainly it's up to you to make
Okay.
that recommendation.
We're making a recommendation to the city council, so it's ultimately up to them. Okay. So, Andra, did you want then to keep the 1,000 square foot reference in your motion? So that is what's on the table.
Okay.
We'll start over with
With
the
that
voting.
clarification, I will vote yes.
Okay. Amy,
I'm going to say no because I think that square footage maximums are probably helpful, sounds like.
Mike,
Yes.
Andra,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
and I will also vote no. So that motion passes 6-2. For the record, I want to note that Levi is in attendance. He just voted, but I wanted to make sure that gets on the record. Okay, thank you, Michael. All right, we'll move on to the second agenda item, which is the plan development for a new mixed-use building located at approximately 906 South, 200 West. This is case number PLN PCM 2022-00197, and Caitlin is the planner on this.
So close. Katie Lynn.
Oh, you're right. It is Katie Lynn.
No worries.
I think sometimes I read and you just make up what you think it says.
Yeah, it's a common.
Thank you for the correction and welcome, Katie Lynn.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so this is a planned development for a mixed-use building at 906 South, 200 West. This lot may seem familiar to some of the commissioners. This specific lot came to the commission for planned development a couple of years ago from a different developer that has since been sold to CW Urban, who is the current developer for this project. The project requests.
Oh, hold one moment. Everybody out in the hallway, you're getting a little too loud and disruptive for the meeting that is in progress. If you wish to keep being that loud, I'll need to have you move to the other end of the hall. Otherwise, please pipe it down. Now, we cannot close the door for safety reasons, but Can we ensure that the people in the hallway move to the other end of the hall so that we can continue our meeting uninterrupted? Fine. If somebody wants to make me a sign, then I'll stick out there, then that's fine.
To be fair, there is a sign.
Just needs to be bigger.
We're just on a pause till that happens. Obviously, me speaking loudly couldn't hear, but in the meeting, no. Outside, we do. Okay. Thank you. Katie Lynn,
All right.
please resume.
So the planned development request is for 2 standards in the form-based zone. First one is to exceed the 200-foot maximum length for a facade facing a street, and that is the 200 West facade. And then in conjunction with that, to reduce the ground floor depth of 25 feet for a portion of the ground floor uses, not all of them. And spoiler alert, staff is recommending approval with conditions. So to dig into these requests, the lot itself exceeds 200 square feet in, or not 200 square feet, 200 feet in depth. And so the developer, in order to fully maximize their existing lot, is proposing a facade length of 236 feet and 10 inches. The purpose of that standard is to encourage pedestrian-focused development by breaking up building masses and increasing visual interest. So in order to do that, staff worked with the developer to break up the facade massing of this side of the building. And how they accomplished this is by the central portion of the building has been set back 2.5 feet on the ground level and then 7 feet on the upper levels. They also changed the building materials at the ground level to their different colors and different materials to further differentiate those masses of building. And staff found that this was adequate in providing the visual interest and breaking up the building mass that is the goal of that standard, and so they still meet the intent of the standard while still exceeding the maximum length. Now, because they stepped back the ground floor use by 2.5 feet, that cut into their ground floor use depth of 25 feet. So this is an image of the ground floor, and on the right side is the north side of the building along 900 South, and the red dotted line is the 25-foot depth requirement. And so you can see that the retail space and lobby and leasing office meet the 25-foot depth requirement. And then zooming in on the 200 West facade, this orange area is like the parking garage access and parking stalls, so it doesn't apply to, the depth doesn't apply there. The kind of greenish color that's on the ends of each side of the building, those meet the 25-foot depth requirement, and then that purple section in the middle is the only section on the ground floor that does not meet the 25-foot depth. And that is due to them stepping back the building to increase the visual interest of the facade from the outside. So the depth there is only 22 feet 6 inches, and the uses proposed in that space are bike storage, a mail area, parcel pickup, and a lobby. And staff was of the opinion that for those specific uses, the depth of 22 feet 6 inches is still adequate enough to fully use for those spaces, and that 25-foot deep isn't necessary for those, although it's preferred. This project, while only required to meet one of the plan development objectives, actually meets 3. I'll go over those briefly. They made objective D of mobility in that this project is in close proximity to the 9-line trail, which is under redevelopment on 900 South currently. It is across the street from the 900 South track station, and it has bus stops, high-frequency bus stops along 900 South. And they also provide bike facilities to further increase other modes of transportation, or encourage other modes of transportation besides driving. They also meet objective E, which is sustainability. This site is a brownfield site. It was the location of a dry cleaner for over 90 years, and soil contamination has been identified that will need to be remediated in order to build on it. And then they also meet Objective F, which is master plan implementation. They are contributing to the downtown master plan to create a small neighborhood business node at this intersection by providing commercial space and increased housing options. As I stated earlier, the staff is recommending approval with the condition that the final details for things like street lighting, landscaping, and some of the finer details for parking and loading areas be delegated to staff to ensure compliance with the plan development standards. Those will be finalized at the building permit stage. We also had the regular public engagement process for this. We've had 2 comments received. One was included in the staff report, which had questions and concerns about electric vehicle parking. The electric vehicle parking will be required as per code at the building permit stage, so that's concern is addressed by code. And then we also received a comment, I think this morning, in support of the project. The commenter called the building beautiful and bold. Do you have any questions or comments?
All right. Thank you, Katie Lynn. Any questions for staff at this time, commissioners? Okay, I think we have the applicant, Baron Gaikowski. Can we get another chair? Okay, please. For any of you that will be speaking, we'll need you to state your name for the record, and you have to speak into the microphone so that it gets on the recording. And then you will have up to 10 minutes for your presentation. So, welcome.
Thank you. Baron Gaikowski, CW Urban, project manager on the Darlene. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Katie Lynn for helping us throughout this process. It's been quite a journey to get where we are today. Closer? Oh, wow, louder. It's been quite the journey to get where we are today, and she's been a tremendous help in answering emails, calls, and getting to where we are. We have this presentation I'll run through. We're obviously CW Urban. I apologize if I have to look back, kind of see what we're going at here. About us, we do a number of developments across the Wasatch Front. We're a real estate developer with in-house architecture and construction. You can go to the next slide. We have projects all across the Wasatch Front. In Salt Lake County, we have 25 projects. In Salt Lake City, there's 24 of those. Just goes to show how much we love Salt Lake City in working with staff, city, in the ultimate urban development that we have moving here. This is the bold and beautiful building, as was noted. The Darlene is actually the name, the inspiration from this project is our CEO, Darlene Carter. She's been great. She's a mentor to me. So bold and beautiful. Loved that comment today. This was designed by Clayton Kitterman here, and that design, the oversight of that was John Galbraith. As far as community details, Katie Lynn did a great job in her report. I don't think we need to touch too much on that. We can go to the next. These are some perspectives of the building along the different facades and the different views. We'll kind of let you guys look through those and peek if you guys want to. As was mentioned in the staff report, the fun part about this site is that it's an existing brownfield site. Not only is there groundwater contamination, but also soil contamination. As we're working through this process, we're going to spend $1 million to remediate this site to make sure that it's environmentally safe and sustainable. One of my favorite parts about this site is the mobility of the site. As was mentioned in the staff report, it's right across the street from the tracks lines, not only red and blue, but also green. Provides an outstanding opportunity for any tenants to be transit-oriented in their living and to provide access all across Salt Lake City. Also, it's located along the 9-line trails, which was mentioned in staff again. This development will include secure bike storage so that any tenants would have access to the 9-line trails and can create sort of a seamless transition to that. The other part is the redevelopment that's taking place on 900 South. There's been an immense effort that has gone on to make that a beautiful area, providing opportunities for local small businesses. We're ecstatic about the opportunity to take place and to continue to be a part of this redevelopment that's gone on. We are very, very excited about 900 South. With that redevelopment that's gone on, we actually have a neighboring project that is on West Temple in 900 South that we are in for permit already, and we can't say it enough that we're very excited about this area. I'll let Clayton and John touch base on these.
These are just some diagrams that we.
You would just state your name for the record first?
Yep, Clayton Kitterman. These are just some diagrams that we put together that helps illustrate what Katie Lynn was mentioning about the two things that we're kind of asking for. By having such a longer building, we tried to break up the massing, and we did that by pushing in that center section. And then the next step was pushing it in even further on levels 2 through 5. And that provides a lot of opportunities for us to provide patios along there for the residents and to help activate that sidewalk along there a little further. Yep. And then this is just kind of the main entry points into the building on 9th South and 2nd West. There's many entry points, and then that's just kind of a finished with the balconies on the street-facing units there.
That's our presentation. Any questions?
Okay, thank you guys. I have a couple questions we'll start off with. So whenever we want to exceed 200 feet in length, I really pay attention to it because the majority of the time those buildings just feel enormous, and which is the reason for that. This one seems, I think, but I've seen with good design, it can be okay. And this one seems pretty good, but I'm wondering with your recessed setback, what you kind of plan for that kind of public space to further integrate it for the pedestrian and keep it to scale. So you're creating that visual setback, but are you planning on doing something more to that pedestrian scale right there to also break that up, landscaping or seating or stuff?
Yep, we're working with the landscape architect right now as part of our final construction drawings, and we'll be employing lots of things, changing pavement there to help kind of point people towards where the entries are and things like that.
Is that recessed area where you get to your leasing office?
Yeah, not that central portion. I mean, it's all connected, so it is an entry point. From 9th South and 2nd West, like kind of right at the corner are the main entry points into the lobby and retail.
Okay.
Or the retail is off of 9th South as well, so.
On the corner, right?
The retail space is on the north west corner. Yep.
Because I find that you can't break it up sufficiently with just like the setback and just the design. Mm-hmm. The good ones I've seen have always incorporated some sort of other materials or landscaping to really help do that. So I think that's an integral part too, making it not feel so enormous. The other question I had, I just wanted to make the statement that I'm okay. I agree with staff's interpretation of the reduced depth if it's not retail. So if it's like your mail room or bicycle storage, I feel that's totally fine. I don't have heartburn over that. So as long as that's kind of, you've stated that's your intent. So I personally don't have an issue with that. And then I just have one final question on your entryways. So you have 3 entryways for your parking garage. 2 on 9th South and 1 on 2nd West, right?
Just one entry for the parking garage. That's the one in the orange area there.
Okay, so what were the ones on 9th South that you said you had 3 entryways?
Those are the pedestrian entries.
Those are pedestrian entryways. Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
Yep.
All right, commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Hold tight, because I'm going to open the public comment period, and if there's anything that comes up you want to respond to, I'll give you the opportunity to do that. So just sit still. Do we have any? Okay. All right, I'm going to open the public comment period for this agenda item. I do have somebody passing up a card. Okay, so we have Jen Colby. And once you get to the microphone, please state your name for the record, Jen, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Yeah, Jen Colby. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I just wanted to make a comment, maybe about this project, but about what's going on with the multiplicity of podium buildings in this city. A great urban city isn't constructed with density, it's constructed with diversity. And this project is just another podium building. Activating streets isn't about putting sealed glass floor-to-ceiling panels that people just put shades on as we walk by, and like in our narrow little streetscapes with no shade trees on 100+ degree days in our climate catastrophe. It's not about just having storage boxes and hardscapes for humans. This is an urban ecology. We don't see anything going on in this city that is building out a truly livable, activated city. I just got back from Europe. It's like we take all these ideas and concepts and misapply them everywhere. I don't know why we can't do this properly. We have all these studies that show various things, except we never test our assumptions as far as I can tell. Being near a track station doesn't mean you can actually efficiently use transit for all of your needs. Our streets are car-infested, car-dependent, pedestrian and bicycle hostile streets. It's totally siloed. We're getting none of this right. I'm so frustrated. And I don't see any affordability. It's great that there may be brownfield remediation, but what about, we're facing a climate emergency. We need net zero buildings that cost 3 to 5% more maybe, and it reduced costs over time. It reduced costs of rentals over time. It reduced costs of maintenance. Can't we do better? Why don't we have smart, trained professional people that are going to the lowest common denominator? This project and these long escapes, do you walk along 4 South ever? Do you ever get out of your own cars? Do you try and do this yourselves? I would just say, please, can we do something different? Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Anybody else who wishes to speak on this item? Go ahead to the microphone and state your name for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Parker Lamborn. I also was not planning on speaking. But yeah, I just wanted to echo on what she was saying because, they mentioned, the mobility is such a great aspect of this place. But what is the point of taking the tracks to this wonderful spot and then you have 200 plus feet of offices for this one building? Sure, there's a retail space in the corner, but there's no diversity. There's no, have you guys been to a walkable place, where you go from shop to shop and you enjoy it, you go down the bars and Main Street, Salt Lake, and you enjoy the liveliness on the street level. And having all of the offices, mailrooms, things like that on the main level, to me, only shows like it's benefiting the developer because it's not impeding on their rentable area above. Is this another 5/1, I'm guessing, where it's just cheap as you can get wood construction on top over the metal requirements for commercial spaces on the bottom. So they don't want to impede on the rentable areas above because that impedes on their profit. And they don't want to build higher maybe because, it's a I'm just guessing, I'm speculating. I don't know if it's a wood construction on top with the metal on the bottom, but like she said, we've seen a ton of these podium buildings everywhere where it just seems like it's the lowest common denominator just to get the quickest cash grab. So I would like to see more diversity on the street-facing levels if we really want to talk about walkability, mobility, and diversity of enhancing pedestrian areas. It's not enough about scale and design, it's the actual function and what's there available for people walking by. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else who wishes to comment on this item? All right, Amy, any emails that have come in?
Not for this item, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, I'll close the public comment period. And bring it back to, first of all, we'll bring it back to the commission, but I'll allow you the opportunity to respond to any of those comments if you wish. If you don't, and since you're new, state your name for the record, thanks.
Yeah, I'm John Galbraith. I've been with CW Urban for 5 years, and every project in Salt Lake I've been the designer on. And I just want to, we echo, your guys' concerns, and on every project, we really strive to build community within community. The interesting thing about the urban fabric we live in is the multifaceted nodes all connect together to make a great city. And we really strive to do that. This one in particular, we've, as you've seen from Clayton and Barron's discussion, we know this is a prominent corner, and we really wanted to make a very active corner. We echo your concerns about mail and all the junk on the ground floor. Unfortunately, with mail carriers and building systems and codes, we're kind of required to do so. So we've tried to keep it as conspicuous and well-designed as possible. And as for the design itself, we've really pushed to use good, durable materials as outlined in the design guidelines. I think Salt Lake City's done a very good job, especially in the form-based zones, outlining really how to push the envelope on design. And that's why, as you see, that the prominent building material on this is brick, which is that's deeply rooted as a material that's been used here really since the creation of this valley, or development of this valley. So that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you guys. All right, commissioners, bring it back to you for a discussion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I just wanted to
Rick has
make
a question.
an observation that when I was over looking at the property, I parked on the 200 West Side. And one of the things I noticed was that as cars went by that were continuing on down, and as I got out of my car, in order to give me enough room to get out, they veered onto the tracks of the tracks train right there. And I'm wondering, with the parking on the 200 West Side, how much concern there might be that would increase the number of cars that were actually getting in front of tracks trains. And I know, having taken tracks enough, that they're quiet enough that you might not hear one coming up behind you if you're in a car with So I'm just wondering about that, if it was a consideration, or it just seemed a little.
Yeah, so I've driven in that area too, and as far as I can tell, the tracks and the travel lane of the vehicles share the same lane. That's kind of the way it's intended. So that's really all I have on that.
You'll find the same. You'll find the same situation along Main Street downtown, as it curves through, going from Gateway all the way down to 9th South. You'll find it's shared on the roadway, and I think that I was just going to mention. I think unfortunately there was a really tragic accident today with the tracks line, but it's almost always an intersection, and it's rarely. And this is just not me speaking as an expert from just watching and being a part of the community for a long time. It's just rarely you see a car getting clipped because you're more apt to watch. It's almost always someone runs a red light or something, unfortunately. But I think it's a solid point to bring up.
Anything else, commissioners? Any other discussion items or questions? All right, Maureen.
I'll make a motion. Based on the analysis and findings listed in the staff report, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move the Commission approve PLN PCM 2022-00197, the Darlene Plan Development Request, with the following condition of approval: final approval of the details for street lighting, landscaping, parking, and loading areas to be delegated to planning staff to ensure compliance with the standards for plan developments.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Maureen and a second from Andra. Let's go ahead and take a vote. Levi?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Maureen?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Andra?
Yes.
And I will also vote yes, so that passes unanimously. Thank you all, and good luck on your build there.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to our third agenda item. This is the Bueno Avenue Apartments Plan Development Conditional Use at approximately 129 South, 700 East. This is case numbers PLN PCM 2021-00045 and PLN PCM 2021-00046. And Katja is with us tonight for this one.
Madam Chair, I know we have a large group of people here. The speakers aren't on in the hallway, so they're not able to hear where we're at on the meeting. So we could send somebody out and just to let them know that we've moved on to that topic if it's easier. If somebody from the crowd wants to do that, maybe.
Okay. Well, we've only been going an hour. I'm sorry, John. I had two things happening to me at once. Let's repeat that the speakers don't work in the hallway and what?
The speakers are not working in the hallway, and so we were just going to let them, I think some people in the crowd were going to indicate to let them know that it's time for the item that they were interested in. So
Very
just
well.
don't want them to miss their opportunity.
Very, very well. Yeah. We'll make sure everybody gets a chance to speak that wants to. Okay, Katja, go ahead.
So this is a project that has been continued. It was tabled in March of 9th, and now it's continued. The request...
Oh, pause just for a moment, Katja.
Okay.
In the meeting room, we do not allow signs or anything like that. You are more than welcome to use those out in the hall. We don't prohibit them, but in the meeting room itself, they do need to remain on the floor. So thank you all. Okay, sorry for that interruption, Katja. Go ahead.
So the request for the updated request is to reduce the lot width to 77.25 feet proposed for what is 80 feet required. And then the request is also for a conditional use. Conditional rooming house is a conditional use land use instead of a permitted use. Our recommendation is to approve the project, both plan development and conditional use, with conditions. So just a brief recap. This project is located at 129 South, 700 East. There are 10 parcels in the site, and they're proposed to be all consolidated, and the current buildings that are existing to be demolished. In place of the existing buildings, there would be one building intended as a rooming house, and with 65 units ranging from 1 bedroom to 4 bedroom units. Each unit would share cooking and living room facilities and would have a bathroom in each of the bedrooms. So on March 9th, the Planning Commission tabled this project and asked the developers or applicants to check the possibility of reducing the rear yard setback from the required 30 feet to the proposed 15.4 feet, to reduce the lot width from the required 80 feet to 77.25 feet, and the request for allowing the accessory building in the front yard. So the main reasons for the Planning Commission to table it was to see if the plan development standards C1, C3, and D1 could be addressed in a better way. And the Commission found that 700 East is very wide street, and that taller buildings should be better define the space on the street. And also to make modifications for the setbacks, and especially the rear yard, so that there would be more space for open space. So the current request now has changed, is no longer, there will be no accessory buildings. It's just one building on the site. The applicants removed the request for rear setback reduction, and also changed the orientation of the building from being mostly on the south of the lot or of the site to being on the north of the site. So the applicant designed a building oriented to the 700 East that's much taller, and matching the multifamily building next door to the south, and proposed facades and materials that have changed to better address the character of the surrounding neighborhoods. And they have a pedestrian bicycle connection on the rear of the property on 700, from 700 East to 800 East. So the existing conditions are the same. There are 10 parcels, and seven vacant single-family homes and one multifamily home facing 700 East. So starting with how the applicant is proposing to meet standard C. So just let me read the standard first. It's whether the scale, mass, and intensity of the proposed plan development is compatible with the neighborhood where the planned development will be located, and or the policies stated in the applicable master plan related to building and site design. So the front facade of the building will be taller at 30 feet. The building then steps back and goes up to 45 feet. The design relates better to the apartment building on the south and the other buildings on the block face, and the height takes into consideration the potential future development of the single-family structures that could be replaced with taller buildings. And that was a concern from some of the planning commissioners. Then how the applicant proposes to meet standard C3, and the standard is whether building setbacks along the perimeter of the development maintain the visual character of the neighborhood or the character described in the applicable master plan, provide sufficient space for private amenities, provide sufficient open space buffering between the proposed development and neighboring properties to minimize impacts related to privacy and noise, and provide adequate sight lines to streets, driveways, and sidewalks, provide sufficient space for maintenance. So by eliminating the accessory structure and changing the orientation of the building, the proposed project can meet all the setbacks without asking for any reduction, including the rear yard, and allow additional room for landscaping and open space in the rear of the property. third standard that the Planning Commission asked for a little bit more revision was Standard D1, whether mature native trees located along the periphery of the property and along the street are preserved and maintained. So there are a lot of trees in the periphery that were damaged and not healthy enough to be preserved. The urban forester visited the site with the applicant and found 3 trees that should be retained and preserved. And this drawing shows the trees that are being proposed to be preserved. And the applicant is committed to preserving these trees and to replace low-value species trees with newly planted lower height species to avoid further conflict with overhead power lines in the future. So one issue that was not directly talked about in the staff report, but because of all the public input that was received after the staff report was published, I would like to sort of give a short explanation, and that is of density. A lot of the comments talk about density and how the project is not meeting the density. And they talk about density on the RMF 45 for multifamily structures. And I just wanted to clear that up, that a rooming on the zoning ordinance, it does not define or calculate a density the same way as a multifamily. So for a rooming house, the number of sleeping rooms and units is calculated by lot area, lot width, building height, and also parking and setbacks. And, you know, if there's any modification to any of these items, it can be, you know, asked, you know, the applicant can ask for a plan development approval. And so, you know, and also for parking, it's very clear that the required parking is different and separate than the parking for a multifamily home. So I wanted to just make that very clear, that you know, it's not the same. Density is not calculated the same. So based on the findings listed in the staff report, it's the planning staff's opinion that the project meets the applicable standards and therefore recommends the Planning Commission approve the requests for a plan development and conditional use with the following conditions: that the 10 parcels be consolidated into one parcel, and that the applicant provides an access easement for the adjacent property at 135 South, 700 East.
Okay, thank you, Katja. Just a reminder, your signs need to be put down. We don't allow signs in this meeting room. Signs are allowed out in the hallway, but not in the meeting room. So if you have a problem putting them down on the floor, I can have somebody help escort that outside. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, commissioners, any questions for staff at this time? Rick?
What, if the density calculation is different than it is under the RMF requirements, what is the density then under the different?
You might need to speak more in your microphone, Rick, because I heard some of that, but.
Under the different calculation, what?
So the RMF 45, it's clear and it's mentioned on the zoning ordinance on the chapter 24 for the RMF 45 that, you know, if a property is over 1 acre, then you are allowed to have, for every 1,000 square foot, you're allowed to have one dwelling. The rooming house does not have any language related to how we calculate the density. So it is actually the dimensions of the lot, the height, the parking that will define what can be built.
And this is fairly common in a lot of our zones because having actual density requirements are rare, except for multifamily in our RMS zones. In most zones, like in a CB, that's commercial business, you come out of an apartment building, you get a site plan, you put in your setbacks, in your height, you get your parking in there, and what you can figure out, as long as you're meeting your minimum standards, that's what your density can be. And so it wouldn't be, we're not able to tell you, define it clearly. On this lot, you get to have 100 units for a rooming or boarding house. In our 45, they have qualifying provisions for multifamily, and it's clear that this is how many units of multifamily residential you can have. However, we're here to discuss a rooming and boarding house, which is defined differently. And so it doesn't fit under that. So it would fit in our chapter, listed as other permitted or conditional uses listed in the section, and it needs a minimum lot area of 10,000 feet, and then the lot width of 80 feet, which is what they're asking for the reduction in.
You can chew on that, Rick. I feel like it's complicated, but we can revisit that when we come to our discussion if you still have questions on it. Any other questions for staff? Okay, we'll bring up the applicant at this time. We have Kevin Perry, Michael Augustine, and Jeff Taylor. And just a reminder, when you do start speaking, speak your name into the microphone for the record, and then you'll have up to 10 minutes. Do you have a special presentation? Is she loading that?
Oh, we have a very short presentation.
Okay,
Yes.
I just didn't want to start your clock until that was ready.
Do you want to take control of this? For your presentation.
Hi, I'm Craig Elliott, a principal of Elliott Work Group, and joining me, Stephen Brummer, also a principal from Elliott Work Group. We were hired by the owners to take a look at the project and rethink it and consider the comments that came out of the last Planning Commission hearing. That was our goal. We started off fairly simply. If you look at the aerial photograph, you can see where the site is. We walked the site, we walked the blocks. We went to understand what was going on there and then tried to understand what the issues were with the previous design. And what we found first was that it's completely surrounded by driveways and parking. And that was kind of an interesting thing that we really weren't quite sure of when we first saw the drawings. That gave us some understanding of how we would deal with that and what we do with the setbacks and how do we move the project into compliance based on all of the comments that came before. So we took a look at the project overall and said, you know, we need to flip this building so that it's one continuous building along the north side of the property. Just and extend it out to the street front setback. And what we did was we looked at that property and said that portion of it should be the more public part. So we put the office on the first floor, we put the amenities right behind it, and then on the second floor above it, we extended amenities all the way out to the front so that we could address that issue. And looking at it, understanding the context of the block with primarily commercial on the north and residential surrounding and on the other sides, we thought that the density was be in the right location by putting it into the middle of the block and have the least impact in the neighborhood. 7th East is pretty much an arterial street. It's a very busy street. And we felt like from the overall experience of the people living there and based on the impact it would have in the neighborhood, the best choice would be to move the density there, and that allowed us to have those more public uses out on 7th East. And that's what you see in the lower part. And you can see it from both directions. The next comments that we were addressing was how do you deal with the street wall on 7th East? What do you look at and how do you approach it? And we analyzed the previous design, and first of all, on that part, there was a small single family. There's 2 single families to the north of this site. At least the building, it was in scale of a single family that was there previously. And the buildings there also had sort of a mansard roof and had board and batten siding and just things that we just didn't see in the neighborhood that seemed to be the right approach. So we went back and looked at it and said, well, the 2 best things to look at for this area is to look at the apartment building, a historic apartment building adjacent to it, and look at the bike shop on the corner of 7th East and 1st South, and really look to see if we could accommodate the forms that go with that. You know, take away the other residential scale forms and look at that. And we decided we'd make sort of a modern expression, try and basically capture the essence of the apartment building, which had a traditional base, middle, and top building, but doing it in a modern way. So we included a brick base, we created windows into the office space, we created an entry with an entry canopy that allowed the pedestrian to flow through into the site. And the common areas for the amenities come out to those 3 windows you see at the top. And then we created an expression of a traditional cornice at the top of it. Those were the things that we looked at and how we would address them. We accommodated the issues. Let me go back and show you out on the site. We accommodated the issues of access to the east by providing a staircase and pedestrian access along the east portion of it. All of the buildings have been pulled back within the setback areas, and we maintained the 3 trees that were identified by the urban forester on the property. And that's essentially what we have to talk about today. If there's any questions on any of those items, we can happily answer that, and the owners are here if we have any other specific questions.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Andra?
Yeah, in several of your renderings, it looked like the cyclists were on the sidewalks. Is that, I mean, no, I'm serious. Is that a multi-use path, or is why are the cyclists on the sidewalks?
That would have been a rendering issue.
But there were like 4 of them like that.
Okay, well,
I'm just saying it's super unsafe. This is well known among cyclists that cycling on a sidewalk is incredibly unsafe.
Okay. That was not intended to show the use of it. It was just, we were trying to show the building. We had to actually take some of the trees that are existing on 7th East and not show them in the rendering because you just can't see the building the way the tree comes across from the apartment building. So.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay. Well, sit tight. We'll open the public comment period so you can get comfortable. And then if there are certain things that come up during that time that you wish to address, I'll give you the opportunity to do that at the end of that hearing. So.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to open the public comment period. This is a really large crowd, and so I want to make sure everybody who wishes to comment tonight has the opportunity. We have a number of cards here. If you have not filled out a card but you wish to comment on this item, the cards are located out in the hall. You can check on the card if you wish to speak or you not wish to speak. If you don't wish to speak, I will read your comments into the record, so you don't have to put yourself speaking in front of people if that's not what you'd like to do. So everybody has the opportunity to comment both ways. Giving me a card makes this go extremely just more organized and more fair. So because we have a little bit of an overflow, all people who are commenting will end up at that podium. So I don't know if we can adjust a little bit so people have a pathway to that. That would be great. Is there anyone here from the community council in this area? Okay.
Chairperson, East Central Community Council submitted a letter that they wanted read during their time. Do you want to read it?
Yeah, we could do that, or we were going to see. It was the only emailed one that we got, so we could do it at the end, or we could do it now.
Yeah, I read that in the Dropbox. Yeah, we'll do it later when we read, if we have any other things to read, and we'll give the appropriate time allotment to it then. Okay, so everybody that I call to speak, if you can just make your way up to the podium, you'll need to state your name for the record, and you do really need to speak into the microphone, mainly because that goes into the recording, but we also have people watching on SLC TV, and then eventually this goes to YouTube land. And if you don't really speak into the microphone, they can't hear you. And we want to make sure that this, everybody gets the chance to hear what's being expressed tonight. So I always say, if you're really uncomfortable, then you're probably close enough to the microphone. And you will have up to 2 minutes, and because this is a big crowd, I will hold everybody to that. It's not personal or anything like that, but I'll let you know when your 2 minutes are up, and then we'll call the next person. So first up, we have Cindy Cromer.
Hi, I'm still Cindy Cromer. What's there to say after 4 hearings, a recalled vote, a reversal of your previous recommendation, and tabling the plan development? The process has been repaired, as I indicated in my message last week, but the outcome is worse than the original proposal. As I wrote, this is a huge learning experience for me. One of my mantras is, if we make a mistake regarding land use, we probably can't fix it. Now I have to add that the process and the product are separate, not conjoined twins. Of course, the process can operate with multiple corrections, and it has. The outcome can be flawed in spite of those corrections. The neighborhood was better off with the proposal the developers submitted in 2021. The access to 800 East was closed, and as a result, the on-street parking on 800 East, which is currently totally maxed out at night, would not have been challenged further. And the huge building, which belongs in the transit corridor, was next to the garages for the abutting property to the south. Now the tenants will leave their cars on 800 East, sometimes for days, without moving them because they are using transit, but have cars. And the massive 45-foot tall building will block the light to solar collections on the 1- and 2-story buildings on 100 South, loom over them, and turn the parking areas for those buildings into shaded ice fields in the winter. And the ineffective trade-off is a slightly less dinky building fronting on 700 East. The retention of the trees in the southeast corner is definitely a plus. They are lovely. But the impacts are irreversible on the north end of this block. This was the wrong place for the rezoning and the master plan amendment, and the process has now failed to produce a better result. The purpose of a plan development is to produce a better result than the ordinance would allow, and that hasn't happened, and the neighborhood would have been better off to accept the initial proposal.
Thank you, Cindy. Next up is Jen Colby.
Ready? Yeah, Jen Colby. So this project has been a frustrating, messy process, as you know. That said, the Commission has listened to substantive public comment repeatedly, and the last 4 votes on Bueno reflect that. Thank you. Tonight, please separate the PUD and CU actions. They are unrelated. 2, deny the CU based on 2 primary violations of city code. The RMF 45 density is exceeded, and the rooming boarding house is the wrong type category, so this is not a permitted use. 5 of the 8 current rooming houses in the city are in East Central as grandfathered uses. 4 are converted single-family houses, as one would expect. The median unit count is 8. And yes, the correct way to count units in shared housing is by the private rented bedroom, not the number of shared kitchens. If it walks like an elephant and trumpets like an elephant, it's an elephant, not a duck. The Bueno business model with 192 rental rooms is clearly a hybrid SRO/dormitory, albeit a high-end one, not a rooming house. Also deny the CU based on unmitigatable impacts, specifically the one person per bedroom terms that exclude families, couples, and probably fur babies. The city attorneys claim this does not violate fair housing, but even if that is correct, it is still an unmitigatable impact. Finally, ask for another round of design changes to improve the project and reduce impacts to neighboring properties and streets. As commissioners, you are tasked with following city code, muddled as it is. You could have initiated petitions to change it. You or the city council could have drafted co-living housing ordinances like San Jose did. This has not been done. I often despair for our future as the climate emergency accelerates. I just returned from the Netherlands, both inspired and depressed by the experience. The Dutch took a different turn in the 1980s and are transforming the fabric of their cities and towns for true livability. They also highly invest in social housing, thanks to the legacy of the Amsterdam School of Architects in the 1920s. The US has long gone the other way, largely due to systemic racism and classism. This can change. Please do better. Deny the CU, modify the PUD. Give us some hope for a more positive future. The Netherlands shows it can be done. Oh, and
Thank you, Jen.
just a quick answer beyond my 2-minute comments. 700 East is a high-speed arterial death trap for cyclists. At least they were honest in their drawings to put the cyclists on the
Thank you,
sidewalk.
Jen.
And 100 South,
Thank you,
ditto.
Jen, that section.
So that's
fine.
why.
Thank you.
And if you want to come visit it, bring your bike.
All right, our next person up is Natalie Blott.
Can I say my name again?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Natalie Blott. I would like to speak out against the planned development of the Bueno Apartments. In addition to the legal and code challenges brought up by previous speakers, I would add 2 points. 1, these units are being developed largely because they're extremely profitable and maximize the profit per square foot of rental units. In fact, compared to other apartments in the area, they more or less double it from $2 a month per square foot to $4. What this does is not help the affordable housing crisis, but rather further push rents up by increasing the cost of rent per square foot. This will likely drive up rents in the area, even in non-SRO style units. Moreover, it puts a premium on having your own shared kitchen or a kitchen in which you can have input on who you lease it with, which the current development does not, which will further drive up rents in normal units which have private kitchens in which roommates share a lease. I urge that you reject this on the grounds that it does not actually help affordable housing, in addition to the zoning ordinance violations spoken about earlier.
Okay, thank you, Natalie. Next up, we have John Ribbons.
My name is John Ribbons. I'm a member of Wasatch Tenants United. As has already been brought up twice now, under the existing RMF 45 regulations, this is too high in density. This is an SRO, which is not allowed under the current zoning. Furthermore, so there's that point, but I think that an important thing to drive home here is that on an individual basis, all of you are about to be entering a long period of political struggle over the SRO thing in the entire city. Tonight, you're going to be setting a tone about how our organization and about how renters in the city are going to be relating to you individually. Are you going to be voting against your own rules and against your own regulations to allow SROs into the city, or are you going to be allowing us to properly exercise and use the democratic liberal, pathways to have our voices heard? Because if we don't think we can get our voices heard this way, we're going to have to find other ways to do it. But right now, we're very committed to working alongside the Planning Commission, to keeping the trust between the community and this commission, to actually review the rules, and do what's best for the city. It's going to be talked about a lot here. This is not good for the city. This is not good for renters. This does not increase affordability. This lowers standards. In every way, this is bad, and it's also not even allowed under the current zoning. I urge you to deny. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Josh. And when you do get up, if you'd state your full name for the record, thank you. Yeah, any additional cards can just be passed to the end of the table. All right.
My name is Josh Memmott. I'm also with Wasatch Tenants United. I've spoken on this issue almost every single time it's been in front of this body or in front of the city council. Every single time I've told them to vote this down. I live right in that neighborhood, and I feel very valid concerns that this is going to continue to raise the rent in the area, which is one of the few areas in the city that still has affordable housing in it. This is going to demolish, I think, 11 homes that already have affordable housing. And that continues to decrease the supply of affordable housing in Salt Lake. I'd also like to second, or continue the motion that has been brought up by previous speakers about the legality of this in its current zoning, as well as some of the parking issues that are brought up about the commission. This doesn't do what the people have clearly voiced time and time again. The city council didn't care, obviously. They're here to make a quick buck and help the developers do whatever they can do to make a quick buck. Clearly the city doesn't care about the people that live here. They'd rather make a profit over what the people's lives and their life being. And it's frankly disgusting. I urge you to vote against.
Okay, thank you. The next up is Tears. Get a full name, that would be great.
My name is Tears. I'm with Wasatch Tenants United. Despite all of the reiteration and reevaluation that has gone into this proposal, there's something that seems to be profoundly missing, and that's the question of what degree of financial impact does this actually have on renters and working class people. We had a firm that seems to be hired from out of state to come and tell us what a community needs that they have never seen before in order to determine whether or not this is something that can be passed. And I think that this makes the stakes of what this is very clear. It also makes the stakes for what's coming forward with the general SRO rezoning and RMF rezoning brutally clear as well, which is the question of who exactly is this city for? And the secondary question to that, of course, is who exactly do y'all work for, right? It just seems brutally clear that nowhere in this discussion has it been picked up by anybody except by our organization that has come out and put our blood, sweat, and tears after our working hours, right? To come and inform y'all, right? And to demand better conditions for working class people, which, to be clear, are the people that comprise the backbone of Salt Lake City. We're not some demographic you have to consider as a stakeholder. On the contrary, we make this thing run. And our interests are not being represented. And in fact, to the contrary, this is absolutely antagonistic to the extent that it makes bathrooms and bathrooms and kitchens a luxury. And we are going forth with this as if also the concept of affordability has not been dropped entirely. When has it been named in this second iteration? And why is it suddenly off the docket about whether or not affordability is the primary question and whether or not this is passed tonight? We're in a housing crisis, and it's not just because of the supply, it's about whether or not the actual existing units now are affordable. What you are doing by implementing this, were you to pass this today, is to absolutely tip the scales in favor of the crisis being utterly exacerbated, to prioritize short-term interests over long-term interests, to prioritize short-term developer interests over working class interests, is to be ensure the demise of your own city and your constituents.
You're finished, and thank you. You can exit. Next up, we have Bryn Dayton. Hopefully I pronounced that right.
My name is Bryn Dayton. I'm a tenant in the Ballpark neighborhood, and I'm a member of Wasatch Tenants United. The Bueno Avenue apartments are a serious misnomer. The proposal on the table is not for an apartment building. This is a proposal for single-room occupancies, and SROs are not apartments. The Bueno SROs are tiny 250-square-foot rooms with shared kitchens. And we all know enough Spanish to know that these SROs are not bueno. They are not good for tenants. They are only good for the developers and landlords that will charge more than $800 for these units. This is why we, WTU, and working tenants in Salt Lake City say no to the Bueno Avenue SROs. If the Planning Commission allows this to go through, they are saying loud and clear that the new precedent for so-called affordable housing will be SROs, with little privacy and cramped living. We deserve more. We will not be pushed back into tenement housing just so that the Commission can stay pals with the developers they obviously serve. The developers of the Bueno SROs are not only trying to take advantage of their future tenants, but they are trying to skirt the law by intentionally miscounting the number of units they plan to build. Counting by bedroom and therefore by lease, they will have almost 200 units, which is against the zoning code in that area. So let's see, will the commission choose to break the law, grant the conditional use, and allow this undignified housing into our city? Or will they wake up, realize that the city needs to work for its people, not for the greedy developers and landlords who are just trying to add to their pile of wealth?
Okay, thank you. Next up, I have Jem.
Name is Jim Lee, and I'm a member also of the Wasatch Tenants United. I would like to urge all of you to vote no for this project. I could appeal to your moral instincts for why this project is bad. Would any of you want to live in those apartments? Would any of you want to pay $100 and basically forfeit your future opportunity to ever own a home, your opportunity to potentially move out of these horrible, desperate, substandard living situations to have a bathroom and a kitchen of your own? Charging $800 for these housing, basically, that's like a third or even a quarter to a third of what people make when they work full-time working class jobs, right? So they will never be able to have an opportunity to save and move out of these apartments. So these are, perfectly good reasons for you to vote no on these apartments. But also on top of that, Tier said from WTU that working class people, we make this city run, right? We're the people who deliver your Amazon packages, we're the people who make your coffee in the morning and your pizzas late at night, right? Well, these are the people that are going to be pushed into substandard living. When this is going to be the first SROs that this city is going to see, and that is going to lower the standard of living drastically for working class people. That's what happens every single time when you move the bar of living down. It affects working class people. And so to appeal to your self-preservation instincts, when you lower the living standards for working class people, your barista is going to have to resist the urge to spit in your coffee in the morning because they're working their ass off and they're going home to an apartment building that don't even have a bathroom and don't even have a kitchen. How's that going to work for the city? It's not going to work. So I urge you to vote no and just think about the future of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Martin Reed.
Hello, my name is Martin Reed. I wanted to take this opportunity to echo the things that John and Natalie and Tiers have said about this decision, this possible decision. Of course, the private interests here, they're not necessarily incentivized to look in the long term like the city council is. And I would urge you to look in the long term and consider their council, to look in the long term and see this for what it is. This will drive up the prices of rents, particularly for SROs, but also for other units. These SROs may come to compete with studio units, and make even SROs much more expensive, let alone the square foot rate, which will raise rents for everyone else. This may be a short-term solution for the housing crisis in Salt Lake City, maybe. But it will certainly have negative consequences in the mid and long term. And you people on the city council are in a position to stop that from happening. This will set a precedent, and will let too many more people lose either their housing or the affordability of their housing if this proceeds forward and sets the precedent. I urge you to turn this down.
Thank you, Martin. Next up is Keenan Wells. Okay. All right, we'll bypass that. Cosette Robinson.
Hi, my name is Cosette Robinson, and I've devoted 10 years of my life to working in disability health care. I work hard to provide an essential service to the community, and I love my job, but I only make $20,000 a year. I currently live 2 blocks away from Bueno Avenue in a 2-bedroom apartment. I pay $750 a month for rent. In case you didn't hear me, that was a 2-bedroom apartment for $750 a month. The lowest price for a unit in the Bueno Avenue SRO would be $800 a month, $50 more than I am currently paying. And I can proudly say that for $50 less a month, I can at least use the bathroom in privacy. It is people like me, working class people, who will be the most affected by the devastating effects of allowing SROs to be built in the community. SROs will change the landscape of affordable housing, opening the door for landlords to charge more money for basic necessities, calling them luxury amenities. Bathrooms and kitchens are not luxuries. Being able to feed yourself is not a luxury. Using the toilet, an activity I would consider one of the most vulnerable in our daily lives, is not a luxury. We working class citizens deserve dignity too. These units are not affordable, and they are certainly not humane. 2 years ago, you called us essential workers. 2 years ago, you called us heroes. And now you are allowing developers to profit at our expense. You are allowing developers to take away our standard of living, our privacy, our dignity. Have you forgotten that we are the caregivers, the service workers, the laborers, that we are the foundation of the city? Please listen to us. Yes, we want affordable housing, but not at the expense of our dignity.
Thank you, Cosette. Last call, Keenan Wells. Okay, we'll move on. For the record, Keenan did not put on his card whether he was in opposition or in favor. I'm sure we can assume what it is, but let's put it for the record. Okay, that is the end of the cards I have for people who indicated they wished to speak. We'll read the cards into the record for those who wanted to comment but did not wish to speak. The first up is Parker Lamborn. He is in opposition. Just because it may meet applicable standards doesn't mean it works for our community. If meeting standards or calculations on paper doesn't work for the people, then it is time to revisit the standards. It is time to take the lead on housing crisis and not leave it up to developers to provide substandard solutions for affordable housing. We need to set new standards to enhance the standard of living in our city while being affordable for all. SROs are not a viable solution to affordable housing. Finn, who is in opposition, we need to hold developers and landlords accountable. Right now, there is not sufficient legislation to protect tenants. Approving SROs would be a detriment to the working and already, I think that says marginalized citizens of Salt Lake City. People deserve to live with dignity in a comfortable space. An SRO is yet another tool for developers and landlords to exploit the working class of this city. Ethan, in opposition. I am speaking in opposition to SROs in Salt Lake City. This will not create affordable housing. It will only create worse living conditions for those living in them. Thanks. Newlin, is that what you think that says? Okay, Newlin, in opposition. Oh dear.
I'd be happy to speak into the microphone. I wasn't planning on being here, but if you'll give me 2 minutes, I'll speak.
Okay, that might be better. I have a little, can't quite make out all your handwriting.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm tall, so I don't want to lean down.
That's fine. If you just state your name for the record, and then you've got 2 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is David Newlin. So I want to speak in opposition to this. And frankly, this plan is kind of pathetic. I mean, like, I look at all of you, you don't look like you're cowards, you don't look like you're weak, but then you present this to us, this absolutely pathetic, sad attempt at reducing the cost of housing by increasing the profitability per square foot. Like, I'm just asking you, is this really how narrow your vision is for Salt Lake City, that you're willing to go down this route? Is this really how sad you think the situation is? That this is the only option? That you're just going to listen to these worm tongues in suits? Like they just have to be correct because they've got, some sort of business degree? Listen to the people in your community who are telling you that this is wrong, that this is not the correct thing to do. Have some real open vision for what Salt Lake City could be beyond this sad, you don't even have a bathroom to take a crap in. You don't have a kitchen to cook your own food. That's ridiculous. And just finally, I'd like to say, in the future, maybe don't have a guy with a gun standing behind everybody who's trying to speak, right? It's a little bit intimidating, kind of bad form, not exactly like a welcoming public atmosphere, I would say. So, some advice for y'all in the future. Please deny this, overturn this, throw it away. Don't listen to these people who are telling you lies so that they can make profit. Listen to the people who are telling you that this is wrong.
There we go. Thank you. The next comment I have is Eva Hallett. In opposition, shared living lowers the quality of housing and living and should not be implemented in Salt Lake City. It is expensive, just slightly less for people who would have no other option except undignified living. It is not a choice anyone would want to make if they had other options. Dr. Crystal Rudds, in opposition. I urge the Commission to vote no on this proposal for conditional use at Bueno Avenue. The developer has shown disregard for planning density codes and community input. As proposed, this development discounts the nature of SROs is to serve as low-income, last resort housing. It is not and should not be a community standard, especially if not rent-controlled. You have the opportunity to set a standard for the City Council and the rest of the Valley. Micro units with shared amenities does not support individual dignity. The idea of a luxury SRO is a joke that drives up the market and limits future housing possibilities. The city can do better. The Planning Commission can imagine better, and the people demand better. Vote no. Quinton Monson, in opposition. SROs represent a reduction in the quality of life for working people in favor of greater profits for developers. Vote no. And Monica Hilding just states in opposition, no comments. All right, that concludes my cards. Is there any other cards that people wish to put forward? You can just come right. Pardon? I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
He was called while he was in the restroom.
Oh, okay. Then please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Keenan Wells. Let's talk about transit. The intent of the city parking ordinances is to prevent traffic congestion by requiring developments provide sufficient parking for the people living there. This building provides parking for 72 of its 192 units. This is technically allowed because they have a laughable 24 units of bike parking. If this were a real boarding house with less than 20 units, it might not be an issue. This is not the case when you have 10 times the units of any existing boarding house. This is a dorm. Next, what about the other 96 units? Do you really think that none of them will have bikes? In a normal apartment, these might be stored inside an apartment. However, these bedroom-only units have no space. They've got a bathroom. Will they store them in the shower? People do not abandon their cars when they move into a new rental unit. Selling your car when you lease an apartment for 12 months does not make financial sense. People keep their cars regardless of available parking and spread out to park in the surrounding area, completely overwhelming the already congested area. Even people who like to bike every day need some place to park. Finally, many people, including me, work in locations on the west side that literally cannot be safely reached without a vehicle. There are no sidewalks, no shoulders, and the sides of the roads are 7-foot ditches, all next to a 40-mile-per-hour road full of semis. Choosing to walk or bike to work is suicide. The residents will have cars. This development provides nowhere near the amount of parking required by logic or the intent of the law. You must reject it. If tenement style becomes the norm, mass congestion will be the result. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Keenan, and thank you for letting me know you were back. Any additional cards that people wanted to fill out? Okay. Amy. Oh, you did not indicated you wish to speak, so I, oh yeah, you did. I'm sorry, I read it wrong. No, wait. Yeah, Monica, you didn't indicate, so I was unaware.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. If you want to go ahead and state your name for the record, thank you for letting me know.
Okay, my name is Monica Hilding. Fundamentally, the proposed modern standard multifamily podium-style massive new building does not in any way, shape, or form fit the current Salt Lake City code definition or a reasonable person's common understanding of a rooming boarding house. It also does not fit the established pattern and actual operation of such facilities in Salt Lake City. This is clearly demonstrated with a survey of currently licensed rooming boarding houses in the East Central Community Council boundaries. The scale and scope of the proposed massive podium-style building far exceeds any existing non-specialized rental rooming boarding houses and appears to be a miscalculation of the housing type category. For example, the licensed rooming house at 63 South 900 East is what an average person would consider a rooming house, an older, large, detached, formerly single-family house that has 6 separately leased rental bedrooms with a shared kitchen living space. The unit count for this property is 6, not 1. The same logic applies to this project proposal. The developers have consistently miscalculated the density of the proposed rooming house in the proposal for the conditional use as a rooming house. This misleads the public and the Planning Commission. Several members of the public have noted this previously in formal comments, and yet the Planning Commission has not yet addressed this issue. It is time to properly review the conditional use request prior to any motion or vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Monica. All right, Amy. How many comments do you have to read?
I just have the one from the community council.
Okay. Do you,
and then one additional just note came in.
Okay, so the community council gets 5 minutes. I'll time you on that, and if it goes longer, I'll stop you. But go ahead.
So the community council asks that this their revised official position be read into the record. Dear Planning Commission, regarding the updated Bueno Avenue Apartments proposal, please separate your discussions and actions on the 2 independent decisions, the plan unit development and the conditional use. These are standalone applications that do not depend on each other for the redevelopment of the now RMF 45 zoned 1.55 acre parcel. They have substantially different issues to evaluate and should not be lumped into one motion and vote. Although we find the latest design problematic, underwhelming, and a missed opportunity for this site, our comments concern the conditional use. Please vote to deny a conditional use permit for a boarding rooming house, aka co-living, for this building project. We do not believe the proposal meets the clear requirements for a conditional use approval as a rooming boarding house in an RMF 45 zone as spelled out in city code. The proposed density vastly exceeds allowable density in RMF 45. To date, the staff report and project analysis have focused on the zoning amendment and PUD and failed to do any substantive analysis of the most critical issue, the conditional use. Instead, the report simply takes a face value and largely restates the assertions made by applicants in their documentation without critically analyzing them. This appears to miss the fundamental flaw in the conditional use application. Specifically, the developers are using the wrong scale of analysis for density calculations to fit their proposed design and business model into the zoning amendment they requested and received, RMF 45. Using the correct scale of analysis as defined in city code, the density far exceeds what is allowable under RMF 45 or even RMF 75. This seems a clear violation of city code, and therefore the conditional use application is invalid and unlawful and thus should be denied under 21A 54080. The count of separate leased bed, bath, rooming, boarding units is the correct scale for the density calculation for the proposed rooming house. That number is 192. The developers have continued to assert that the 65 suites containing multiple separately leased bed and bath units is the density basis. However, this is not consistent with the definition and standards in various sections of city code. The maximum unit count under RMF 45 for 1.55 acres is 66. Hence, the applicants are claiming 65, not 192. Claims do not make it so. Using the correct scale, the project density calculates to 124 units per acre, far exceeding even RMF 75. Max density per acre, RMF 45 is 43. Max density for RMF 75, 85. This proposal density per acre is 124. In our opinion, a plain reading of the zoning standards as well as the common understanding of the category rooming boarding house makes the density calculation basis clear, but that is not what you have been presented. This disqualifies the conditional use application without even working through the impacts and mitigation measures that are another component of the conditional use process. The developers have consistently miscalculated the density of the proposed rooming house in the proposal for the conditional use as a rooming house. This misleads the public and the Planning Commission. Several members of the public, Jen Colby, our community development trustee included, have noted this previously in formal comments, and yet the Planning Commission has not addressed this issue. We believe it is time to properly review the conditional use request prior to any motion or vote. When Jen requested a list of existing rooming houses in Salt Lake City for comparison to this proposal, the planning staff could not readily produce one and referred her to business licensing. According to the report they were able to generate, the units counted for each current rooming boarding house are clearly the individually leased rooms, not the larger building area that also includes the shared facilities. For example, the licensed rooming house at 63 South 9th East is what an average person would consider a rooming house, an older, large, detached, formerly single-family house that now has 6 separately leased rooming units with a shared kitchen living area. The unit count for this property is 6, not 1. The same logic should apply here to this project proposal. Further, 13 is the average number of rooming boarding units of the 8 listed existing properties that do not cater to a specific population, such as domestic violence survivors, people with disabilities, etc. The scale of the scope of this proposed massive podium-style building far exceeds any existing non-specialized rental rooming boarding house and appears to be a misapplication of the housing type category. If Salt Lake City wishes to permit these sorts of luxury co-living facilities, officials should follow the example of San Jose, California, and create a separate definition and zone or updated zoning use table. The denial of the conditional use will have positive net benefits. Such a denial of the requested conditional use will not affect the construction timetable for the proposed redevelopment, since it is a standard generic podium-style building type.
That's time.
And these comments have been forwarded to the commission.
Yeah, I saw them in our Dropbox and read them. So
thank you.
We did have somebody email said that they're having a hard time hearing some of the commissioners on YouTube, so if you could be careful. And I think we had one more.
Thank you.
We had one more public comment from a Dwight Butler to the Planning Commission. The developers of the Bueno Apartments show our parking lot at Wasatch Touring continuing south to the Bueno Apartments property. This is not accurate.
Okay, that was it?
Yes, that's all.
All right, no other emailed comments? Okay, one last call for any more cards? Okay, with that, I'm going to close the public comment period. I'm going to bring it back to the commission, and I'm going to take a few minutes to make some general comments, and then I'll allow you to address some of those things that have come up. First of all, I want to thank you all for speaking. I think I speak for all of us on the Planning Commission when I do tell you that I think we all respect your positions, the things you're saying, your passions, and I'm going to try and put in context some of the comments we received in relationship to our role. And I do that out of respect for you. I don't always take this time to do that, but I do this out of respect for your time and your passion tonight. Whether you choose to listen to that is always up to you. First of all, the comment about the officer with the gun, I hear you on that. There has been meetings, not specifically the Planning Commission, but there have been applicants who have created very unsafe situations recently for staff, and the increased attention to security is really in relationship to some stuff that has been occurring in the last couple of months. It's not intended to intimidate you at all, but I can absolutely understand why you feel that way. So while I apologize for that, I would hope you would understand our intent to try to create a safe environment for everyone. Next up, I really want to make this clarification of what the Planning Commission, who we are and what we do. So we are not paid employees. So I guess technically I don't work for anybody, right? I am a resident of the city, we all are. We applied and were appointed by whatever mayor was in term when we applied, and the city council consented to our role in the Planning Commission. We are the people that live here, we're your neighbors, we care about many of the same things. But we're not paid. We volunteer every minute we're here, every minute we read, and believe me, it's a big investment on all of our parts, and we're trying to do the best that we can in this little box we have to operate in. When I applied to the Planning Commission, I told the mayor that I wanted to help build a city that we say we want to live in, which is often not then what happens when something comes too close to home. People get really upset and they don't want this there. And I think the sentiment we heard expressed tonight is really more of like, this is the city we want to live in. And I had about 2 years to which I had to really learn what the limitations are for the Planning Commission. I think it took me 2 years to feel like I had my feet under me and that I understood what the restrictions are, where I could possibly make a difference. We are not elected officials. We do not have broad legal ability to interpret anything. We have a set of standards. And I think one of the best comments tonight I read was that if we have standards that don't work for the people, we need to change them. I probably wholeheartedly agree with that. It's not really up to the Planning Commission to change the standards. We can certainly ask staff to review them, but those are city council decisions, and city council members have a different box that they operate in. They don't have as many legal constraints. So in this case, this particular application, we have a set of standards that we must evaluate them by. The plan development standards are on page 60 of our staff report, and the conditional use standards are found on page 68. If we want or feel that the staff's recommendation is incorrect, we must tie it to a standard, and we must articulate why we feel that standard really was not met. So, many people brought up the issues of affordability, and you have probably the most sympathetic planning commission you would ever have on affordability. We feel it, we try to work towards that, but the reality is affordability is not a legal standard. I cannot legally evaluate any application by the inclusion or absence of affordability. This body does not get to make that decision. Some things were brought up about the mitigating impacts on conditional uses. This is another thing where I was very frustrated when I first joined and really understood the limitations of conditional uses. The very words conditional use gives the public this idea that the commission has a broad ability to say like, yep, nope, this is conditional and we're not going to allow it. Unfortunately, the state legislature does not agree with that. And they have passed a law that require cities, not just Salt Lake City, but all cities, to approve conditional use applications. Our role becomes in trying to find a reasonable mitigation for a detrimental impact. If we cannot reasonably mitigate it, we have to approve it as it is. So I don't get the opportunity or the option to say, well, we can't mitigate the impact, so then I'm going to deny it. That is not a standard that I have in front of me to evaluate. And I have a state law that tells me I have to approve conditional uses. Where there is a detrimental impact, I have some leeway to try to mitigate it. But just telling me we can't mitigate it doesn't give me any avenue in which to try to address them. But so then that becomes the role of the Planning Commission as we evaluate this. We are going to do our best to evaluate this application based on those standards, knowing the passion that we heard from you all tonight. And I think we don't disagree with a lot of it. We're just not in a legal position to have carte blanche to make decisions based on how we feel or our gut. There have been many applications that I have been forced to vote yes on that I really didn't like at all. And that's an unfortunate reality. So where I can try to make things better, I'm going to do my utmost within this little box I have to work in. And I think we have all made that commitment. Tonight we all come at this from very different viewpoints, and I think we make the best decisions that we can. I am not going to take any more time and I'm not trying to lecture you, but I want to convey to you our sincerity in our role tonight and our that we hear you and we are listening, but we don't have every tool in the box like the city council does. So if you do truly believe that the standards aren't working for you, I wholeheartedly would tell you, you have a city council member that you should really start getting to know and sit down with them and talk to them, because it's the city council that ultimately decides these. The city council decides the parking ordinances, the city council decides these standards, and then staff and the planning commission have to apply them. That is our role in this whole process. With that said, I'm going to now give you the opportunity to address some of the concerns. You certainly don't have to, I mean, I don't want you to take 20 minutes or anything, but I want to give you enough time to address those as per our policies and procedures that allow that, and then we'll bring it to the commission to have a discussion.
Okay,
So,
thank
go
you.
And you'll need to talk a little bit closer to your microphone. There
I
you go.
can move right in here. There weren't any specific code issues that I can address that were brought up tonight. There were some misconceptions, I think, which I can correct for the record. In the design of the units, each bedroom has its own bathroom. So that is in the design of the units. And essentially, it's set up as 65 apartments, so there's 65 kitchens and living spaces within each one of those. So it's from 1 bedroom to 4 bedroom units, just to kind of correct the record on that. It's also not a podium style building. It's a 4-story building that doesn't have commercial or other uses below it. And I want to make sure that's clear. It's just a simple building. I mean, it's really a very simple building. Solar collectors was brought up as an issue. We did a solar study to show the impacts at the very worst condition of the year, and it has no impact on any of them because of the open space around them. So those are the 3 things that were identified that I can address, and the owner's representative may have some other thing to speak to.
Yeah, my name is Kevin Perry with Altaterra Real Estate, representing the owner. I don't have anything specific to speak to besides thanking planning staff for applying the standards and their hard work. It took a lot of work by planning staff, and I do thank them for that effort that they've made. And I do just want to make myself available as a representative of the owner to answer any specific questions, although from the public comment that was made, I didn't hear necessarily any specific questions for us to be answered, so I would also turn it to you.
All right, thank you. All right, commissioners, discussion, comments.
My name is Commissioner Burrows, and a lot of the things that you guys talked about, affordability and dignity in a living space, all of that stuff is really important. Genuinely, when we take this assignment, or when we apply for it, we all have to say that we aren't in the pockets of any developers. And I promise you, under threat of criminal prosecution, possibly at least civil, we all promise that, and that is true for me. And as far as I've heard from anyone else, that's true. Like, we're making honest decisions here. And when we talk about the standards that we're making the decision on, it's not standards like honesty and equity. It's like super specific, like a parking rule. Does this meet the laws of, like, the utility laws? I mean, these kind of standards. Does it match the master plan, which is a specific document that outlines what goes on this corner and what goes over here? And as this project has gone through I didn't see it at the beginning of its process, but the part of the process that I've seen this project go through, there are standards where we said we didn't think it met like C1 and 3 and D1 very well. Like, it didn't meet the neighborhood very well. So we said, go back and try again. And now they're coming with a project that does, the professionals on in the planning departments, they're called staff because they're professionals. They said this is a better decision. This meets more of the rules. It matches the neighborhood better. I think that the changes that we asked them to make, they did make those changes. There aren't things that we can ask for, like affordability. But I think that it's an improved product on all the ways that we can ask for it to be improved. There are two requests for this. One's a planned development, and in that case, what they're asking for us to vote yes tonight is the lot is required to be 80 feet wide, and this lot is 77 and a half, a little bit bigger than 77 and a half feet wide. And I haven't heard a good discussion about why we shouldn't approve a 77.55 foot wide lot instead of an 80 foot lot. Like, that's probably not a very big give. So the planned development question is if we vote yes for that, that's what that is. It's not a huge thing. So maybe the conditional use is this thing that's concerned about. And I heard a lot of comments from people who are here or the community council saying that we never address the density. And it took me a while. When I first heard this project, I'm like, yeah, that's not fair. It's not 65 units. Like, it seems like it's 192 units. But here's the thing. If you look at the actual definition for rooming house, which is in the laws of the code of Salt Lake City, this project meets that definition. And when you're approving a use to put a rooming house in this city, there is no density requirement. There's not. It doesn't say you can only have 65 units or you can only have 200 or 2,000 units. It doesn't say that. So to say that it's not been addressed, it certainly has been considered. It's in the report that way. It was explained today. It was explained to me, I thought, pretty clearly at the last meeting, and I'm not the expert, that it's not breaking the law by having too much density, by having too many units, because there is no law that says you can only have these many units for this use. And a conditional use, like we talked about before, it's not a maybe, it's a yes if you can meet all these requirements. And I'm looking at the report and they meet every requirement. When we say you can do this, it's a conditional use that says, yes, you can do it as long as you also do these things. They're meeting every one of those things on this report, I think.
Well, it says that they are, but I do have a discussion topic I'd like to discuss.
Well, okay, hold on. When I say it says they're meeting it, that's because the professionals that are staff are saying, according to our reading of this rule, which we have the rules printed in front of us, we have the project in front of us, so we can make the decision. I mean, it is up for debate among us. Does it actually match that or not? But in my reading of it, it matches it. Now, John may read it a different way, and we will talk about that, but to say this just out of hand should be thrown out because it's illegal and doesn't meet the density requirements, that's just not true. That's just not a thing that we can say with any honesty. So.
Thank you, Amy. John, go ahead.
My question for everybody is going to be, it's the section C, the design compatibility standard, C1. Where the scale, mass, and intensity of the proposed plan.
Are you on the plan development or the conditional use?
I am on attachment D.
What?
Attachment D, I'm on page 60.
Oh, so you're on the plan development.
I am.
Okay.
So.
And I'm sorry, start again. D1?
Okay. C1.
C1, all right, thanks.
Okay, we all on the same page? And it talks about mass, scale, intensity for the neighborhood. And then over on the right, where it says complies, there's a sentence in here that says the project tries to be compatible. So my question for everybody to discuss would be, do we feel that the mass, intensity, and of this development is fit for the neighborhood? Would be my question.
Okay. I think, Katja, can you, because we did this, I think this was probably 3 times ago, we really looked at the surrounding apartment buildings and whatnot, and we had kind of their height. Can you revisit that for us? You may not be prepared to do that because that was, I think, the second time we saw this.
So maybe if you go back to that slide where you have the aerial photograph, okay, that might help.
So let me just start with this slide here where it's an aerial photograph and just show sort of the development pattern of this this block. This is a large multifamily home.
Do we know
project.
how tall that is, John?
So it meets the 45-foot maximum height.
So my question's not about the size and form of the building, it's more about the intensity of the use of the building, and that's one of the questions we can ask.
I guess I'm assuming, or I'm equating kind of size and the use of the surroundings to answer that, but are you thinking of some different intensity?
I'm asking for a discussion. What does the other commissioners think about the intensity of the use? Are we happy with the amount of units and then the small living quarters in between the units, or do we feel like that is a intense use or a non-intense use? That's kind of the question that I'm getting at.
So, okay. I'm wondering too, John or Amy, if that conflates the PUD or the plan development with the conditional use. Because the conditional use is really about the SRO and how we evaluate then your question of intensity, which is in the plan development standard to that.
I get that it's a...
I just want to figure out how we best approach that
it's
question.
a tricky question, but I think it's a pertinent one.
Because can we I don't know the answer to that. That's
I think sometimes there is some tension between some of these standards, because I'm looking at standard B about providing housing options and a variety of housing types. And I think, that's consistent with the master plan. So I hear what you're saying is that there's this, I think we sort of have to balance these a little bit. And I think the fact that we do have a zoning approval for a rooming house, I think is sort of consistent with standard B.
And I think if you read in Concha's report, we were kind of focused obviously on the scale and the intensity used, but so it did meet the height requirements. It meets the setbacks. It more than meets lot coverage, which should help with the scale of the building because it is bigger, although there are some large buildings on the block, but also that the use was similar in intensity to multifamily. Clearly, there's a lot of units in there too, but we were just trying to when looking at that specific standard, trying to make the argument that it met that standard because there's those things I mentioned. So, but that would be
right. It's just when I look at it, when you see the plan, the living room's the size of a 2-bedroom living room, not a 4-bedroom living room.
You got to speak into your microphone better.
Okay. Well, when I look at the plan, when I would design a 2-bedroom unit, I wouldn't design it with such a small living room. It would have for a 4-bedroom, you need that space to be a little bit bigger for 4 people. That's why I talk about intensity, because a certain intensity, you can call any room a living room. But it starts to get very dense at a certain point and becomes a standard there. So that's my question about intensity is this the right amount of intensity for the use? Like, is it a functional space that people can actually live in? Because you can do a lot of things by code, but doesn't mean you always should, so.
That is part of the plan development standard. And the plan development request is to take 2.5 feet off of the lot width, which I don't think makes it.
That's massing again. That's not actual intensity of the use.
That's the question, that we're actually voting on. But when they come before us with the plan development, it does open up our review to all of the standards.
Yeah.
Ultimately, we're voting on that question you brought up. But if there is some standard in there that we feel like needs to be, we put a condition on it, or we want to tweak it or change it, that it opens up that review. So you're both right.
I hear you.
I just wanted to put a context on that. They're not necessarily competing. So you're right, that's the one thing we're voting on, but John brings up a part within those standards that he wants us to discuss. And
yeah, I just would like to see what other people's thoughts are on that, because I think it's an important piece of this project.
Any thoughts by commissioners on his question?
I guess I go back to that standard B where it talks about sort of diversity of housing. And to me, diversity of housing is very much about how big a living room is and that sort of thing. And I think, and I realize, we don't consider affordability explicitly, but standard B does talk about it. And sort of the contradiction of U.S. housing policy is, of course, that we consistently mandate minimum quality standards and then don't provide households the resources to actually purchase that standard that we mandate. And so I would rather see us lower the mandate through providing a diversity of housing types.
Yeah. No, in every other situation, I'm the biggest proponent of that, as you know, but I'm a little concerned about this specific one, and that's the one that's in front of us right now, not as a broader idea of diversity. I think that diversity is incredibly important. I think projects like this are actually important if they are functional. My question is it functional, and is the density and intensity is the term, I'm quoting it, is the intensity correct for this site is my question.
Okay.
So.
Any other discussion items or comments to John's question?
That's my only question, so.
I guess there's not enough thought on it too.
I feel okay with it. I think it is probably comparable to multifamily, which is on this same block. Aren't those multifamily down here on 2nd South? What is that?
Those are probably 2-bedroom units that have the same
Multifamily
size living rooms.
use here?
Multifamily.
So,
Katia, is it? Yeah.
Yes, it is. In the whole block is RMF 45. So there are 2 single-family homes here. Like, the Planning Commission mentioned last time that, these single-family homes are not going to be remaining single-family homes for very long. That they're going to have, they're probably going to be taken out and something else bigger and taller is going to be put there.
And it goes, for me, it just goes back to the intensity, because I would be for this project more if the living rooms were a reasonable size, so.
And Commissioner Lee, I do just want to point out that, the intensity of a rooming and boarding house is already going to be more intense.
I'm
than
totally
a
fine
multifamily.
with it.
Well, I just wanted to point it out. The intensity is based on the proposed use and not necessarily the neighboring use.
I totally get the typology. I'm just saying the balance of spaces are not what I would want to see in a project like this.
No, and I absolutely respect that. Thank you.
Yep.
Also that it's on 7th East, which is a big road, an arterial, and not just a neighborhood street, I think makes me feel okay about the intensity, because it's an...
John, how would you propose to come to a solution that you feel good about on that?
I mean, for me, it would be reduce the units, increase the living space size, but we can't really mandate that, so.
We can ask the applicant what you may be willing to do to address that particular point, if anything.
So looking at the scale of the kitchens and the living units, our firm, we develop units similar to this unit type across the country. We've developed thousands and thousands of them, and we've established a standard that works for 4 tenants in a unit. This size of kitchen and size of living room is not something specific to the Bueno Avenue co-living project. It's something that's been duplicated and a proven concept that works. It's enough space. There are 4 people in this unit. It would be similar to, if we were talking about traditional multifamily, it would be similar in size to, yes, a 2 or 3 bedroom unit. It wouldn't be that different, but in this operating model, which is a proven operating model, a duplicated unit type, this size of living space has been sufficient.
Okay.
I'm also an architect, and I would not design a space that small for 4 units. So that's just my opinion.
Just to try to wrap this up, any other comments or discussion points from commissioners?
I've got a question, and this.
Will you talk into your mic a little bit, Rick?
I'm not sure if this is a question for staff or if it's a question for the owners, but I'm wondering about the rules of tenancy. What are the rules of tenancy in a boarding house? For example, would the management be required to follow the standard rules if they wanted to evict somebody, if they were evicting somebody from an apartment house, or is it a motel?
So I can answer in the sense that we wouldn't treat it like a motel. So you would have to, they have to at least have a lease for every 30 days. I'm going to turn to our attorney and ask about the legalities about evictions and whatnot. I would assume they would be the same as like an apartment and not treated like a hotel use, but
that's not an area of law that I've ever had to deal with, because as a city, we don't evict people generally unless it's city-owned property. And I don't think that relates to the standards that we're looking at tonight.
Here's the reason I asked the question. It's when they were originally developing shelters, for example, they used the rules for motels that you could evict somebody at the drop of a hat. All you had to do was give them back their money. So if you paid $2 a night at the shelter to have a cot, then they could give you $2 back and throw you out 10 minutes later. So I'm just wondering what the rules are on boarding houses. Is that something that the city, see that it refers to the rules on boarding houses here in the staff report a few times, but what is that rule with a boarding house?
The city doesn't regulate the contractual relationship in a tenant-landlord situation.
Okay, thanks, Paul. All right.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay. Now there's two separate motions, so.
Yes.
yes, and we got to make sure the plan development needs to be voted on first, because if that doesn't passes, that doesn't allow for conditional use to be approved.
Right. Yeah. So we've got one motion at a time.
Okay. Based on the information in the staff report, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission approve the request for a plan development PLN PCM 2021-00045 with the following conditions. Number 1, that the 10 parcels be consolidated into one parcel. And number 2, provide an access easement for the adjacent property at 135 South, 700 East.
I'll second that.
Yeah, I have a motion from Andra and a second from Mike. Any discussion to that motion? Okay, we'll go ahead and take a vote. Amy?
Yes.
John?
No.
Andra?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Levi?
No.
Rick?
No.
Maureen?
Yes.
Okay, and I also vote yes. So that motion passes 5-3.
I'd like to make another motion.
Thank you.
Based on the information in the staff report, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission approve the request for a conditional use with the following conditions. Conditional use on PLN PCM 2021-00046 with the following conditions. Number 1, that the 10 parcels be consolidated into one parcel. And number 2, provide an access easement for the adjacent property at 135 South, 700 East.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion from Andra and a second from Mike. Any discussion to this motion? Okay, we'll take a vote. John?
No.
Levi?
No.
Maureen?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Andra?
Yes.
Rick?
No.
And I will also vote yes, so that motion also passes 5-3. Okay, we are going to take a break before we move on. have a quorum present, so we have to come back into order to finish our meeting. It's the rules, Maureen. I used to have one, and I've never used it because I have a loud voice, but there we go. All right, the next item up on our agenda is a preliminary subdivision and plan development at approximately 759 South Post Street. This is PLN SUB 2022-00289, and our here we go. Our planner tonight is Megan. Welcome.
Hello, Commission. Good evening. So as mentioned, this is an application for a preliminary plat and planned unit development called the Post Street subdivision. The applicant is Randy Miller. He's representing FJM Holdings, requesting to subdivide the property into 2 lots and is requesting to modify the zone's minimum lot requirement of 50 feet. I'm not going to read the reason for planned development, but some general rules is that the Planning Commission has the authority to modify zoning regulations through approval of a planned development. This encourages efficient use of land, greater efficiency, and innovation. Planned developments typically result in a more enhanced product. If not approved, or if the request is denied for either the planned development or subdivision, the applicant would not be able to subdivide the lot as requested. Here is a zoning and a vicinity map of the location. I'd like to review some of the current site conditions. The site is currently 0.24 acres or 10,332 square feet. It currently contains 1 single-family home with a detached garage. The first picture shows the front of the existing garage with the grassy area to the south where the location of the new lot will be. The next photo shows a side aerial of the lot, which has an alley bordering the east and south property lines. The last picture is a picture from the middle of Post Street, looking north. Some quick facts about the site plan. The proposed lot width of Lot 1 is 45.39 feet. Proposed lot width of Lot 2 is 34.29 feet. Each lot will meet the minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet. The parking is located and accessed from the rear private alley, or public alley. Sorry, excuse that typo there. The hardscape in front of the existing home will be removed when the final plat is recorded. There will be 3 new street pleas planted in the park strip, and the existing garage will be demolished to make way for the construction of the new home on Lot 2. Some key considerations for this application are the following: compliance with citywide and community master plans, the requested modification for the lot width, the driveway location and access, and neighborhood compatibility. The standards of review are in the staff report as Attachment D, Attachment E, and Attachment F for your referral. So the first consideration is the master plans. The finding from staff is that the project proposal is generally consistent with the above master plans, Plan Salt Lake, West Side Master Plan, and the Citywide Housing Master Plan. The second consideration was the requested modification for the lot width. Previously, but just as a reminder, the proposed Lot 1 is 45.39 feet, the Lot 2 is 34.29 feet. In the R1 5,000 zone, the minimum lot width is 50 feet. So when staff reviewed this, the lot widths proposed are consistent and compatible with other lots in the area. 4 other houses on Post Street have lots that are narrower than 50 feet. I included a chart in your staff report with the addresses and the comparables. The lots facing 900 West range from 35 to 45 feet, which is comparable to the project proposal. Also worth noting that the lots are nearly identical, with Lot 1 being wider towards Post Street and Lot 2 being wider towards the alley. I wanted to bring this up just to address it for the commission, that Planning and Transportation reviewed potential driveway locations with the applicant. Several homes are already using the alley to access their property, including homes on Post Street and 900 West. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the plan development with the condition that the parking must comply with all of Transportation Division requirements. Also, picture to the right is an aerial highlighting several of the homes in the vicinity with a sidewalk that leads to the front door. And staff recommends that this is a feature and a characteristic of the neighborhood and should be a condition of the approval. The homes, I went ahead and took pictures of each of the homes on Post Street and included a few of them here in the staff report. The homes in the neighborhood have some distinguishing features in terms of scale and mass, as stated in the key consideration 4 on page 7. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission condition their approval on the future home having low to a moderately pitched roof, a front porch, as previously discussed, a sidewalk leading to the front door. The home must face Post Street to ensure compatibility with the existing homes. So I have included my recommendation. We are recommending approval with the conditions outlined for the preliminary plat and the plan development. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Megan.
Yep. Sure. I'm like, let's sit one more time.
I just have one question. I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but let's clarify. So because this is intended to be sold to somebody, the conditions that would go for this then follow that property regardless of who buys it?
Yes.
Since there's no project specifically before us.
Right. The applicant did not submit drawings because the intention is to sell the second lot. So to ensure compatibility in the future, we'll make sure that those conditions are no on the final plat, or at least the petition number is referenced on the final plat.
Because you're the one who has to make the final approval on the
I will
permit.
be doing the zoning review for both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. And then what's the setback on this? Would it have the same setback? So it wouldn't be too far back?
Are we talking the front setback on Post Street? So the setback is based on an average of the street. I think on the proposal, I can go back. Let me see what he outlined here. I don't know if I can zoom up. It was based on the averages, and the applicant's narrative, he did call that out. It's showing here, I believe, 28 feet. It's a little hard to read, but I'll make sure that that is consistent and matches the zoning.
Okay. Any other questions for staff at this time? Okay, thanks, Megan. We'll go ahead and call the applicant up. We have Randy Miller. Okay, Mr. Miller, are you Randy?
Yes, I'm Randy
If you
Miller.
just go ahead and state your full name, and then you'll have up to 10 minutes, but you don't need to take that.
Yeah, well, I will.
Go
You'll
ahead.
be pleased to know that I'm not going to take 10 minutes, and I don't have PowerPoint. We're just talking about a minor subdivision, a lot split. Plan development, because the frontage is a difficulty, but the square footage is there, and so we'd be leaving a lot of unused space that could be otherwise used for housing in Salt Lake City. So, yes, as noted, the owner intends to sell the second lot after subdivision approvals so that he can use the money to bring the derelict property up to livable standards. So now he's paying on a mortgage as a small business for an uninhabitable dwelling, and so it's in a difficult position. He either needs to unload the property or he needs the capital from the second lot to make the whole thing work. So, yeah, I appreciate you being here this late. I appreciate the staff time. Megan's been great, and coaching. I'm a professional surveyor, but I'm an amateur applicant, and I appreciate being coached through the process, and so.
Okay, well, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, you've heard the process. Hang tight. We'll open the public comment period and then bring it back once we're done with that. So I do have a card from Bob Roach. Okay, so I apologize for that. If you want to step up and state your name for the record with the correct pronunciation, and then you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
I have Parkinson's, so I hope I get a little extra time because I have stumbling with words and stuff.
First start with your name, and then we'll go from there.
It's Bob Ram. I live at 748 South Post Street, which they neglected to put a picture of Post Street, of my house, and the 752 Post Street. They left those two pictures out, and they're the two important houses on the block because we're directly across the street
You
from
need to speak in the
759 Post Street. And now they're proposing that they're going to put parking in the alleyway, and the alleyway is very narrow over there. The city never plows it, so if they do parking in the alleyway, they're going to be parking out there in the wintertime if they can't get their cars or trucks in there. If you take a city 1-ton or a dump truck in that alley, you're not going to get it through there. Also, they want to cut down a live tree that is very well established right there in the front yard. My property is 38 feet wide, and the one property that they're suggesting is only 34 feet. And I spent $12,000 this year on windows and doors to keep the noise down from the neighbors making so much noise, because I couldn't get them to talk to them. And there is people living in that house right now at 759 Post Street. So it's not empty, and the contract, or the owner is not losing money that way. But I believe that if you give him this variance or modification or whatever you want to call it, he's going to double up on his money, because I had talked to him when he first bought the property, and he said he was going to turn it into a rental. And he paid something like $300,000, and he said he was going to have to put $100,000 in the house. And all you're going to do is give him permission to double up on his money. And they have not cleaned up the yard like I believe they should have if they were really trying to do anything. And I thank you for your time. And like I say, I have Parkinson's, so I have a lot of trouble talking. And I can't seem to get everybody in the neighborhood together with that. But there are 2 boarding houses there on that street too. And if that happens some more, we're going to have trouble with the parking, because you've got 767 to 777, that's a triplex there on the corner. And they do have 2 parking spots in the alley there, but then people are always parking on the street there. And then we've got a fire department on the other side of the street. And so you got to be careful where you park there, because you block the fire department. And the city just spent 2 years ago, I think they redid the street and poured it all concrete. And if they have to dig it up to put sewer in there, then we're going to end up with another.
Okay.
Anyway, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Bob. You did great speaking, and I did give you extra time, so thank you for that. Anybody else that wishes to speak on this item? Okay. Any comments received via email?
No, nothing, no emails received.
Okay, I'll close the public comment period and allow you, Mr. Miller, if you want to address anything he brought up.
Yeah, just a couple things. One is, Bob, I think you're going to be pleased.
You're going to have to speak closer to the microphone.
Sorry, I can hear myself really well, and I thought the
No,
mic could hear me too.
It's the land of YouTube that can't hear you.
Bob, I think you're going to be pleased with how this turns out. It will be an improvement. It takes some time, so ask for some patience. The parking issue, maybe just want to clear up a misunderstanding. The city is not requiring the owner to. The concept is not to park in the alley. The parking is required to be on the lot. It's shown there. So, but the access will be through the alley, and it's actually has been a condition or a requirement of the city to get to this point. Is that we had to remove the concrete in the front and provide adequate parking that meets the standard in the way to. Really, the very narrow way to thread this needle and to do it is with the parking accessed from the alley.
I want to make a clarification too, that the willow tree in front will not be removed. Staff worked really careful with sustainability and urban forestry to not suggest another driveway for Lot 2, but to actually move that to the rear to preserve and actually add 3 more trees.
Okay, so we're saving the existing tree, and the parking is not in the alley. It's on the property, but it's accessed via the alley. Okay.
They're in like the speckled in the back, and that's
Okay.
the property line. Yep.
Thank you, Megan. Oh, sorry, we've closed the public comment period, so I can't open that up for you. But afterward, you can email Megan, and she can work with you on any questions. Well, I'm sorry. So the process would be, if you have questions afterward, you can email the planner. Any other questions or comments from the commission? I'm sorry, we're actually at the commission part, and I've closed the public comment period, so I can't entertain any other bits because the public comment period has been closed. So if there aren't anything else from the
I like the
commission-
specific requirements that the new house that's going to be built will be like the houses that are there with that sidewalk and the porch and the roof and that kind of stuff, and saving the tree. I hope it will be another nice house on a nice street, in a nice neighborhood with a nice tree.
Didn't you say that was going to be on the plat? It was going to be a note on the subdivision plat? So I think that.
Yeah, there will be a note on the final plat, so I'm gonna sign the preliminary plat and I'll also assign the final plat.
Love it.
So, if I may, so there will be parking in the property, and parking will be accessible through the alleyway. That's what I heard? Is that?
Yes.
Okay, but the alleyway doesn't get plowed, or it's not usable in the winter? Something like that? Maybe, I don't know if you guys know anything about that, how the alleyway is maintained or anything.
Well,
like that.
alleyways are not, I mean, I access mine via my alley, and the city doesn't do it, but that's
and it
how
works
I...
just fine in the winter?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
I mean,
Just making sure. I don't live
every
near
alley
an
is a
alleyway.
little different, but yeah, I mean...
I'll always defer to the experts on alleyways. I don't
No, I
know
just,
anything about
I
that.
access my garage via the alley since 2007, and it's been great. But the alleys are not maintained by the city. If there were significant potholes in mine, I'd go fill them up with pea gravel myself. But that said.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to do the preliminary plat first. Based on the findings listed in the staff report and the information presented, I move that the Planning Commission approve the preliminary plat PLN SUB 2022-00289 for the Post Street subdivision at 759 South Post Street with the following conditions. 1, the existing garage must be demolished prior to recording the final plat. 2, parking must comply with all the Transportation Division requirements and be designed according to the approval site plan.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Amy and a second from Maureen. Any discussion to that motion? All right, we'll go ahead and take a vote. Andra?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Maureen?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
And then I will also vote yes. So that motion passes unanimously.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Based on the information in the staff report, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission approve the plan development PLN PCM 2022-0029 for the property at, it's 290. There's a missing zero on the end. For the property at 759 South Post Street with the following conditions. 1, parking must comply with all Transportation Division requirements and be designed according to the approved site plan. 2, the home must be compatible with the scale, mass, and intensity of other homes in the neighborhood and include A, a low-pitched, moderately pitched roof. B, a sidewalk leading to the front door. C, the front of the home should face Post Street. D, a clearly defined covered front porch.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Mike and a second from Amy. Any discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote. Levi?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Maureen?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Andra?
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. So that motion passes 8-0. If you have additional questions, you may email Megan if you wanted to say your email address now, and then Megan can follow up and make sure that she answers any questions you may have.
Yeah, it's megan.booth@slcgov.com.
Spell your name because it's not.
Yes, so it's Megan, spelled MEAGAN.Booth, BOOTH, @slcgov.com.
Okay. Thank you, Megan.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Miller. All right, moving on to our last agenda item on the public hearing portion. And this is an ADU at approximately 1061 North American Beauty Drive. Case number PLN PCM 2022-00542. It says our planner tonight is Liz. We have multiple Liz's.
We've had Liz's in the past, but I think we're down to just one right now.
Okay.
I think I'm the only one now, thanks. Yep, so this is a conditional use permit request for a ADU in a newly detached accessory structure in the rear yard. Staff is recommending approval of this permit. So the subject property is in the R15000 district. It's part of the Northwest Master Plan area and the Rose Park Community Council. The site is developed with a existing single-family home, and it does have a detached shed in the rear yard. And the proposed ADU will be established in a new accessory structure, which will also be located in the rear yard, specifically the northwest corner of the property. And all the neighboring uses are single-family residential, and the ADU will be about 30 feet from the neighboring single-family dwellings. So the left side is the site plan. So the existing single-family dwelling is in the middle, and the proposed ADU is in the bottom left corner of the lot, and then a tiny square on the bottom right corner is the existing shed. Parking is proposed to be on the street along American Beauty in front of the house, where on-street parking is allowed. And then there is a UTA stop just a few feet down the road. And then the primary dwelling parking is provided on the existing driveway. Setbacks, the ADU is proposed to be located 4 feet from the rear and side property lines and 33 feet from the existing house, and about 29 feet from the existing shed that's there. And the ADU entrance will face the south, so that's towards the existing shed, and it will not be visible from the street. Lot coverage, the subject property is about 0.17 acres, and the proposed ADU footprint is 520 square feet, so that's about 7% of the total lot area. All the structures on the property will total about 1,819 square feet, which is about 25% of the lot coverage, and 40% is allowed in the R15000 district. The right side is the layout of the ADU. So again, 520 square feet of livable space. It's all on a single level, and the proposed floor plan has 1 bedroom and 1 living/kitchen area. Heights, these are the elevations of the proposed ADU. So the height of the ADU is about 13 feet with a shallow pitched roof, which is similar to the primary dwelling, and windows are proposed to be obscured glazing. These are just views of the property. So the middle top picture is a view of the existing house from the front from American Beauty. And then the one on the far left is the existing accessory building in the rear yard. And then let's see, so the top right one is a view from where the ADU is proposed, and then going straight down from that is looking at the existing shed from the ADU. So that door, the ADU door, that's looking straight at that shed. And then the middle bottom picture is the location of where the proposed ADU will be. There is an existing shed there, but it is proposed to be demolished, so that will be replaced by the ADU. So based on the staff review, the ADU does appear to meet all city code requirements and the intent of the ADU ordinance. No impacts are anticipated, so staff does recommend Planning Commission approve the conditional use permit with no recommended conditions.
Okay, thanks, Liz. Any questions for staff at this time? All right, we'll go ahead and bring the applicant up. It's Kelly Anderson.
Hello, my name is Kelly Anderson. I'm with Ironwood Custom Builders. I'm here on behalf of my clients over here. I don't have anything to add to what Elizabeth has said, other than to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Short and sweet. That's good. Any questions for the applicant? Okay. Hang tight, Kelly, and we'll cycle back to you after the public comment period. I'll open the public comment period. Is there anybody in attendance who wishes to speak? If you want to head to the microphone and state your name for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Hallie Meacham. I'm actually the owner of 1061 American Beauty Drive. We decided that we wanted to build this. I have a disabled daughter who lives with me. She's an adult and she does need her own place to live. She's just not in a position where she can live too far that I can still take care of her. The parking won't be, there won't be any more cars on the property than there is now. She's already living on the property, so it'll just be basically moving her from the main house to the little house is what we're hoping. Thank you guys again for being here so late. I just wanted to take that brief little moment to say that's why we're building what we're building, and hopefully you guys will agree. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Anyone else in attendance that wish to speak to this item? Okay, any emails on this item?
We don't have any emails, thank you.
Okay, with that, I will close the public comment period and bring it back to the commission. Any questions, comments, and/or a motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you.
Based on the analysis and findings in the staff report, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission approve the conditional use for the ADU petition PLN PCM 2022-00542.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion from Mike and a second from Rick. Let's go ahead. Any discussion to that? Okay, we'll go ahead and take a vote. Maureen?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Andra?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
And I am also a yes, so that motion passes unanimously. Thank you for bearing with us tonight. This is not even our longest night we've had, so we're not done yet, but I don't want to aim to be the longest, but I appreciate you sticking around for your agenda item. So thank you all. Have a great night, and congratulations to you all. Okay, that concludes the public hearing portion of our agenda. We're going to move on to a work session. This is the Hardware Village 2 Design Review at approximately 152 North, 500 West. It's case number PLN PCM 2022-00586, and Liz is doing double duty tonight. I have to say, Liz, I really appreciate work sessions. I think that while they always come at like the end of a long night, they're very worthwhile. So I'm happy to see them. So go ahead.
Good. I hope this does incite some conversation with you guys.
You have to talk into the microphone better.
Sorry.
It's okay.
No. Okay, so staff has requested this work session for a proposed 8-story mixed-use development near 500 West and North Temple. The applicant is requesting modifications to design standards through the design review process. The purpose of this work session is to discuss the proposal with you and get some feedback and direction on the requested design standard modifications. Based on this discussion we have tonight, the applicant will make any necessary changes and a final application will be brought back with any of those changes that are necessary for final approval. So the requested design standard modifications include building setbacks, ground floor use, ground floor building materials, ground floor glass, building entrances, and building length. I'm going to be going through these in more detail in a few moments. I do want to note that most of these design standard modifications are for the ground floor facade that is facing the North Temple overpass / viaduct. From here on out, I'm just going to be calling it viaduct.
So the main questions to the Planning Commission tonight, to keep in mind as I go through these, is whether the proposed design modifications are meeting the intent of the design standards, and if they are not, how can the applicant best comply with the design standards? So the subject site is located between 400 West and the North Temple Front Runner Station. It is in the TSA UCC zoning district. It's located to the west of the hardware office building and east of the North Temple Front Runner Station, and to the north are 2 existing apartment buildings. The North Temple Viaduct abuts the south property line, and on top of the viaduct is the North Temple and Guadalupe track station, which can also be accessed by the stairs and elevator by the Front Runner Station. The site is accessible by vehicles from Hardware Avenue, and pedestrian access comes from multiple points: 400 West, Hardware Avenue, the extension of 490 West, and the Front Runner Station. So as I said before, most of the requested design modifications are for the facade facing the North Temple Viaduct. This slide is just pictures of the site and how it interacts with the viaduct, and I'm also going to give you a brief overview of staff's opinion in regards to the viaduct. So the top left photo comes from the applicant. It just shows the viaduct and how it specifically interacts with the building. The bottom left photo is looking east towards the hardware office building. You can see underneath the viaduct, and from where the picture is taken, that's roughly where 490 West will be. The picture on the right is looking east, west, west towards the Front Runner Station. So staff does understand the unique situation that the viaduct creates for this area, but we are of the opinion that this area is part of the public realm, and we do have an interest in how the proposed building interacts and activates this public realm. The design standards applicable to this building are there for creating an activated public space and creating an experience for the pedestrian through the design of the building. So getting into the modified requests, the first request is for building setbacks. The TSA UC district does require 50% of the building facade to be within 5 feet of the property line. This is required for facades facing Hardware Avenue, 490 West, and North Temple. The intent of the TSA district is to provide an attractive transit and pedestrian-oriented mixed-use development that enhances the area as a lively, people-oriented place. So the applicant's requesting that the setback for Hardware Avenue be increased to a range of about 7 feet to 11 feet, resulting in 0% of the facade being within 5 feet of the property line. This is to accommodate the proposed sidewalk, plaza area, and on-street parking, which staff does believe meets the intent of this standard. The applicant is also requesting setback modifications along North Temple. The request is to have the building setback increase to about 8 feet to 16 feet. So the setback requirement for North Temple is allowed to be increased to 15 feet if there is space that accommodates the pedestrian rails. So like a courtyard, plaza, or outdoor dining. The applicant is not proposing this along North Temple. So the property line follows the existing sidewalk there, and then behind the sidewalk is the viaduct wall. Having the proposed building pushed back further from the property line does create a wider corridor here, where having the building within 5 feet of the property line would create a narrow corridor and possibly creating a very uncomfortable space for the pedestrian using this. So staff does believe that the requested setback increase does allow for a better space to be created for the public realm. So ground floor use and visual interests. This slide relates specifically to 490 West. So the ground floor use and visual interest standard, it has 2 options for the applicant to choose from. The first being the ground floor is required to contain 80% of a use other than parking. The second option requiring only 60% of the ground floor be of a use other than parking, and then 25% of an increased visual interest. The purpose of this design standard is to increase the amount of active uses and or visual interest on the ground floor of a building. So for 490 West, the applicant is requesting to reduce the amount of required space for another use down to 10%. So on the left side of the screen is the proposed commercial space. It's 909 square feet, which is about 10% of the ground floor area. And the applicant has stated that this will be for a coffee shop. There is also a proposed bicycle shop and storage area, along with some utility rooms for the building. And then the entire building has an interior parking garage, and so that's what is behind these uses that are facing 490 West. For what is proposed, staff does believe that the design modification request is meeting the intent of the design standard for 490 West. So the applicant's also requesting modification for the North Temple ground floor use. The request is to reduce the required amount of space for an alternate use to 0%. As proposed, there is no use other than the parking garage and utility rooms on the ground floor, and staff believes that the ground floor facade does not meet the intent of the visual interest to facilitate pedestrian interaction with the building. Staff is of the opinion that what is proposed for North Temple ground floor specifically is not meeting the intent of this design standard. So the next request is for ground floor building materials. The requirement is for 90% of the ground floor to consist of durable building materials, which includes materials of stone, brick, masonry, textured or patterned concrete, and fiber cement. The intent of this standard is to facilitate pedestrian interest and interaction with the building design. The applicant is proposing a reduction in durable building materials to 70% along 490 West. That's what this slide is referring to, 490 West. The facade is proposed to be 70% brick and then the remainder being metal material. This facade does also have a large portion of glass. Staff is of the opinion that the proposal for 490 West is meeting the intent of this design standard. So this slide is in reference to North Temple. So the applicant's also requesting a reduction on North Temple for the ground floor building materials to be 58% of durable materials. This includes brick and a cementous lap siding. The parking garage that faces North Temple, that's this middle section, is proposed to have metal screening. The metal screening is not considered to be a durable material, and the use of the metal screening occupying such a large continuous portion of the facade does not facilitate an active pedestrian realm that the design standard is intending. Therefore, staff does not believe the proposal is meeting the intent of this design standard. The next request is a modification to the required ground floor glass. So North Temple is required to have 60% of the facade between 3 and 8 feet above the ground level be glass. The intent of this standard is to facilitate pedestrian interest and interaction, as well as maximize transparency of ground floor facades. The applicant is requesting to allow 42% of the ground floor facade be glass. The proposed glass is located on the corners of the building, with again the middle portion of the building consisting of that metal screening. The uses behind the glass are not uses that are active. They only accommodate the utilities to the building. So therefore, staff does not believe that the proposed glass design is meeting the intent of this standard. So the next request is for building entrances. One operable building entrance is required every 40 feet on a street-facing facade. The purpose of this standard is to engage the public sphere and orient the building to the adjacent street. So this slide is referencing 490 West, and I know my memo for 490 West says that it's proposing 4 entrances. It did come to staff's attention that the proposed floor plan actually shows 6 entrances, and the elevation is only showing 4. It was confirmed with the applicant that the floor plans are the accurate plan, so the request is not to reduce. The required amount of entrances are 7, so the request isn't to reduce that required amount to 4, it would be reduce it to 6. So even if that modification was reduced to force, staff still believes that the intent of the design standard is being met for 490 West based on the design of the facade and the proposed commercial space and then the bicycle parking and shop area. They do have entrances that are oriented toward the public sphere as intended by the design standard. I know the other doors are actually going to like the utilities, so it's not really like pedestrian accessible, but they are towards the street. For North Temple, the applicant is proposing 0 operable building entrances, and the required amount is 8 entrances. There are no proposed building access points or commercial uses that would require an entrance along North Temple. Again, the interior use along this facade is the parking garage and building utility areas. Staff is of the opinion that the proposed design is not meeting the intent of this design standard. The final request is for the maximum length of a building facade. The maximum length of a street-facing building facade for the TSA district is 200 feet. The intent of this standard is to mitigate excessive building lengths that have an impact on the pedestrian realm. The applicant is proposing a modification to increase the length of the building facade. For Hardware Avenue in North Temple, the facade length is proposed to be approximately 324 feet, and for 490 West, the proposed length is 311 feet. In order to comply with this modification to exceed 200 feet, the proposed design of the building does include vertical and horizontal breaks, material changes, and massing changes on the facade. The ground floor of North Temple does raise some concern to staff with what is proposed. As previously discussed, there is minimal material changes on the ground floor. The corners do add a variety of building materials, and the massing changes are more noticeable on the upper level than the ground level. So therefore, staff is of the opinion that the ground level facade is not fully meeting the intent of this design standard. So I did want to note that the subject site is part of the North Temple Boulevard plan, specifically the viaduct transfer station area plan. And part of the vision for the area plan is that the future development will continue to create a vibrant, active, safe, and well-connected urban center. The area plan does call out the east and west pedestrian connections. It does specifically say to create a major pedestrian section from 400 West to 500 West along the north side of the viaduct. This means providing a safe, comfortable, and interesting environment for those that will use this pedestrian connection. The public space along the North Temple Viaduct really does need to be recognized and as important to the city. The city does have an interest in what happens within this public realm, and we are responsible for what happens in this area. So it is staff's opinion that the proposed design for the ground floor facade along the viaduct is not meeting the vision of this plan. So in summary, staff's biggest concern is how the design of the North Temple facade is interacting with the public realm on the ground level, and believes that the majority of the requested modifications for the North Temple ground floor level are not meeting the intent of the design standards, while the requested modifications for 490 West and Hardware Avenue do meet the intent of the design standards. In conclusion, questions before the Planning Commission, again, are if the requested design modifications are meeting the intent of the design standards. If the intent of the design standards are not being met, then how can the applicant best comply with the design standards? And also if the proposal is meeting the intent of the North Temple Boulevard plan.
Thank you, Megan. That was a really well-written report and a very good presentation. So let's go ahead and see if there's any questions by commission at this point. Mike?
I've got a lot of questions, but I think I'll wait until after the applicant.
Okay. I'll just, throw out the constraint or the hope for when we do work sessions. I have lost my ability to speak English. I think I'm tired. Pardon? That's right, Mike. Okay. Is, to try to come to, try to give a plan for the applicants so that they know exactly what to expect when they come back to us for the real the real deal, right? So feel free to, I mean, this isn't as formal, so, you know, ask questions and talk about how we want to see those things. But let's bring up the presenters then, Evan and Mark. It's Evan Haslam and Mark Isaacs. And talk us through what you're thinking for this plan.
Forget that, I just have a fear of spilling it. What a night. Planning Commission, senior staff, thank you again. It's sure nice to see you all. Some of you, or most of you, probably know me. My name is Mark Isaac. I'm a land use planning and delivery consultant to the built environment in our town. I spend more time on Planning Commission agendas than you guys all do, because I do it up and down the Wasatch Front, but I get paid for it, and I admire the hell out of what you guys endure. So thank you for that, first and foremost. Tim Stanley's going to join us, and Tim represents Cherry Tree Capital, one of the development partners with KBS for the asset. Let's just talk about big picture just for a minute. KBS was the partner and the capital behind Hardware Village, Hardware East, 4th West, and so this is sort of the grand finale of the hardware block for KBS. It's the 4th asset of the 5 that they'll actually be delivering, and then the original is the hardware historic office building that I think most of you have had the great pleasure of seeing inside it, because it's one of the great facilities in our city. KBS also owns the 222 Tower downtown Main Street. Just to give you a sense of size, scope, and scale of their investment in our community, it's incredibly significant. And the whole premise of this application was to exceed the quality and the expectation that was established first with 4th West, then with Hardware East and Hardware Village. And so our intent originally was to do even more than the previous applications that most of you or some of you have probably worked on. That being said, let's talk about the big picture on the block for a minute. The first and foremost thing is from a TSA goal and master plan perspective for the city. It's absolutely brilliant because the city wants to get rid of our surface parking lots. You know, they're heat islands, and, you know, we could go on and on and on about how they're so necessary in our car-centric environment, but they're not good stewards of land use in our downtown core. So the first order of business is we have to provide the parking stalls for the office building that has traditionally parked on that facility. And so the parking structure is twice the size, scope, and scale of what you would normally do for a multifamily project in our community. So our parking structure is $40 million, just to give you a sense of scale for it. And then we've parked the multifamily very appropriately. All this in mind where we have the best TSA zone, TOD circumstance in our city with front runner and light rail transit adjacency, and the pedestrian corridors are well used. They're very active. We've spent a ton of time at 7:45 and 8 o'clock in the morning watching the front runner dump, and the amount of people that exit front runner and meet those trains coming in and out of our downtown core. So as we get into this, please understand that the pedestrian experience was the driver because of the unique circumstance of our site. But we're in a deep hole. We're 30 feet below grade of the North Temple Travelway. What you're going to see is where we've spent all our money is adjacent to the North Temple Travelway, your pedestrian line, and your light rail transit line. You're going to see that's where our setbacks are, our open spaces, our common areas for our residents, and a bunch of materiality changes to accommodate that real visual impact. The uniqueness of the North Temple side is our south face. We'll get into a little further. You have Hardware Village and Hardware East on our north neighborhood with the private road, which is the Hardware Village Road. We are requesting a larger setback there to accommodate the streetscape feel that was established by Hardware Village and Hardware East and the main entrance of the hardware office historic building, because we find it to be brilliant.
It's well received, it's successful, it looks great. So we were trying not to crowd the streetscape with the building and create a little bit more of a pedestrian way there as well. And then on our east flank, it's a really unique environment because you'll drive in on Hardware off of 4th West and tie into our site if you're going into the office building as an office tenant, and you'll enter into our parking structure on the east side of the building, and then the rest of that boundary is a big plaza. And it's an open space area because of the adjacency of uses of an office use during the day and then of the residential use, so the tie-in of the two. So we've taken a tremendous amount of time to really accommodate four-sided design in a really unique circumstance. One other component to this thing that we're not talking to you about tonight, but it's really important to know, is through the Hardware Village deliverable, we're obligated to connect 490 West to 500 West underneath the viaduct and connect our gateway north butt end that's been a dead end for 15 years into 490 West onto the north side of the viaduct for fire, life, safety, but for bus circulation so that the buses can come underneath the viaduct now and now better circulate down to the light rail transit stop at 2nd and 5th West, and all the future work that you're starting to do around Sync, Rio, which was Luma, that I think you've had recently on applications. So we have an obligation to build the road. So we're buying a parcel of land from the Boyer Development Company to accommodate the width of the road and extending and building the entirety of the road. A real unique setting for the city where a developer of a multifamily project is actually providing the city with infrastructure to improve circulation and pedestrian connectivity for the city. Normally, when I'm up here visiting with you, I'm connecting utilities under the sidewalk and calling it good. We're normally building on serviced parcels. So there's all kinds of components that are adding a tremendous cost to this project, all of which we're willing to bear, but I want you to have it in the forefront of your mind's eye when we're talking about some materiality and reasons for the relief we're suggesting. I heard tonight from an incredibly sage individual in a meeting that just because the code says it should be doesn't necessarily mean it should be. Thank you, Mr. Lee, because I think this is a fantastic example of that in certain circumstances. With that being said, Evan, walk us through what we're up to.
So to Liz's presentation, which we appreciate her time putting that together, that was very well done. The discussion today is mostly about North Temple. Staff's report, although it has modifications that were requested on 490, they agree that those meet the intent of the code and of the design intent of the area. North Temple is the challenge. And we wanted to put these slides together because this is a discussion we want to have with all of you about what we're up against and what we're trying to accomplish with this project. These site photos, which you've already seen some in Liz's staff report, just kind of get the context of how much impact that the side of this viaduct has on our site. And to Liz's point in your presentation about the setback requirements here being within 5 feet or less really creates the canyon kind of feel with a project of our scale and scope on the site. And we put together these slides, most importantly, this last one, sorry, it's a little slow. We did these section cuts along our project to kind of give an idea of why we requested the setbacks to get away from that wall, to give ourselves some space, some landscape buffer to create a more friendly pedestrian access from the front runner station past the existing hardware office building. In doing that, though, and Mark and Tim can speak to this more than I can about ground floor use requirements for commercial retail along here, is, in our opinion, not a viable option. It's a pedestrian access, yes, but at the same time, fronting commercial retail against the side of an overpass doesn't seem to us like a very good solution in this case. So our goal here was pull the building back, give us a chance to create some pedestrian-friendly circumstances along here with landscaping, and make it friendly, well-lit, protected. It's a safe environment for passage from the front runner station downtown.
Let me interject just for a split second. And once we're finished this, we want a lot of dialogue back from you. we would like to come back and better demonstrate what we had in mind for the landscaping and the lighting and the circumstance for the pedestrian way. I watch hundreds of people walk that sidewalk when the front runner comes into downtown. It stunned us when we first started the scoping of this, of how many people use that sidewalk. It's massive. But if we build to 5 feet and we're 8 stories high, and on the other side it's 30 feet high, Amy, you and I were there with the Wilmington and the concrete canyon that you fought so hard to prevent. I can't think of a tighter circumstance other than maybe slot canyons with 5 feet. So we asked to pull the building back, and a tremendous landscape buffer and lighting improvement for public safety along there is actually the goal. So keep going, Evan. And then just one thing that Evan didn't mention on these 3 slides. The furthest slide to the right is when you're coming up to the corner of our building, passing Hardware Office. As you continue westbound, the North Temple Viaduct continues to raise in elevation to get higher where it hits its highest peak going over the front runner stop. And you'll notice how it gets higher. Well, on the rendering, please understand that it's 3 stories of building below the streetscape of North Temple at the highest point. It is really significant depth. And so what we did in the layout is we pushed our parking structure up against that and ventilated it in the middle, where we would extend our landscape area so that we have ventilation, but we can create a nice pedestrian way with landscaping and trees and lighting and buttress. But here's the craziest part about our presentations to you all. If we demonstrate the landscaping as we want it to be, you can't see the side of the building. So we can't put the landscaping on our elevation sets, or nobody can see the materiality of the elevations. So it's a bit of a weird circumstance, and we're willing to demonstrate so much more, providing we get your support to go down that path. Keep going, Evan.
And back to the design of the building itself, and in regards to our request to have the 200 feet length extended from this rendering, which is the North Temple facade that you're looking at, and to Mark's point, past this line that hopefully you can see my cursor, yeah, basically the black line of the screens, is where our podium portion of this project, so everything below there is parking. Above that is our residential portion, which is right in line with North Temple Viaduct. So as you're going over the overpass, you are seeing everything from this line above. And then on this corner, which is the corner that faces the Hardware Office building, which is more exposed as you're coming down the overpass, we've treated each of these corners architecturally to have the durable materials, to have all those things that make it a visible and beautiful experience as North Temple's a very heavy traffic area. People are going to be seeing this project as they come downtown. So as they're approaching from left to right, we've got these beautiful corners, visible setback courtyard that's on the south side on the floor plan. You can see it. Sorry, I'm not used to the Apple mouse. But this courtyard right here is what fronts North Temple and what will be visible from the overpass. So below that point, where we're 30 feet down in a lot of cases, visually, the interest there, we feel strongly that the street-facing experience that they're going to have is up above the viaduct with the architecture of the building. Down below, we feel strongly that connection is going to happen with landscaping and other things that are not necessarily associated with ground floor use of commercial retail or whatever that use may be inside the building. Another component to that is we're four-sided architecture here, right up against the existing office building and the viaduct. That leaves us 2 facades to have back of house access and to get into this building, which we've done along 490 West and have covered up and made beautiful to the best of our ability, and staff likes what we've done. On North Temple, again, it's just not a viable place, and that's right where parking pretty much butts up to the
And let me
structure.
bring something else up. Evan brought this up, and he's forgotten about it, and the reason I keep interrupting him is we knew it was an 8-story building, 5 stories of residential above, 3-story a podium along North Temple.
Right.
So he suggested that we build a south-facing courtyard for green space, but what it provides is a dramatic relief 30 feet up or step back off the face of the building so that pedestrians walking the entire length of our south flank aren't buttressed by 8 stories of building adjacent to them. It's on the 2 hard corners, and then the building recesses back for natural light and air. And I just think it's a real clever way to demonstrate the difference at circulation level of North Temple as opposed to ground level of North Temple.
Yes, and that'll be better represented in the actual design review packet that we've submitted and has all that documentation. It's just not in the staff presentation. So
let's go to 490. And while he's doing that, the uniqueness of that circumstance where it is kind of a hole, where we're literally below all 4 sides, we kind of set down. What we did on 490 is we need one place to do our trash and dumpster enclosures, our loading and unloading, and our vehicular circulation for the cars. If we kept that stuff off the north face, which fronts Hardware Village and Hardware East, and the main entrance of the hardware office building, we in essence create a complete street of pedestrian comfort, so much so that we put retail on the very west flank of it that's visible at the front runner station. So you can be waiting for a train and realize you can walk across the crossing and get a drink, whether it be hot or cold or the circumstance, or for that matter, wait inside for the train's arrival. So we thought it was brilliant. Because of the North Temple South face, there's no circulation opportunity there for servicing the building, vehicles, trash, so on and so forth. So we pushed our utilities down there and the edge of the parking structure, and then all the things we've just described to you in pedestrian improvements along North Temple. And then on the east flank, we have circulation, vehicular ingress, egress on the northeast corner to accommodate the main entrance of the hardware office historic building. And the rest of that area is a pedestrian plaza, an open space that we can better demonstrate with the more advanced drawing set with you all. So the truth of the matter is that 4-sided building only gives us one side to service and circulate for residents. So we came at you with 6 entrances on that flank rather than every 30 feet because we needed room for trash and dumpster enclosures, and we needed room for ingress, egress into the parking structure. And then the uniqueness of our second retail offering there is a bike shop. And the brilliance of that is there's a ton of people that get off and on those cars that have those little 2-wheel scooters and bikes. And if we have a charging facility and a bike facility that you could literally leave your bike at and go home and then get off the train in the morning and ride your bike up to the LDS Church Office Center or wherever they're going in downtown Salt Lake, we've all of a sudden solved a real riddle for ourselves of what retail works down there. And so we've spent so much time trying to do it right in a unique setting. I think with Evan, we'll just walk you through the materiality real quick, and then let's open it up to you. You guys have been here a darn long time, and we want to make sure that we're doing what you see is right.
There's probably not much more to talk about the materiality. You know, we're mostly durable materials. 490 West, I will say that, and it's on us, Liz, that we got you the wrong calculation. We went back and we are not quite 90% durable materials on 490, but we're more than what we have shown. But again, staff feels that 490 West meets the intent. So North Temple, this goes back to our discussion about the architecture, that we're trying to tie these corners in to not make this building feel like 330-foot long mass. These corners are broken up and the building is stepped back in the middle intentionally. Now, below that, where we have our metal screening and that parking structure to allow for open ventilation and other requirements, we felt strongly that there are good examples of good metal screening systems in our city that look good. This necessarily may not be the approach. We could do something a lot more artistic that will help that experience walking through that pedestrian corridor. But in our opinion, putting brick and lap siding or whatever the durable material is in that section, you know, it's not going to be visible except for a pedestrian walking through there. And how much interaction is that really going to create? Maybe something more of an artistic nature would be better in our opinion. But that's really it material-wise, yeah.
And I would just add that we place the durable material up above the podium level that can be visible from the Temple Viaduct, if you can see, outline it on there. So
The focus was above that line, yep. Yeah. So.
Your turn.
We want to hear.
Okay, well, let's start off with Mike, because you had a bunch of questions earlier. Let's go.
Okay. I am a very frequent transit user, and so I'm very familiar with this area. I'm very happy that you're getting rid of the parking lot. That's great. I'm very happy that you're connecting 500 North and 490 North under the viaduct. That's great. Yeah, I totally understand the ask for the increased setback along North Temple because we need more pedestrian clear space there. And I really like the bike parking and storage. But the thing that really puzzles me is, I don't know how often you guys take Front Runner, but if you're wanting to put in retail at that location to serve passengers, that really needs to be on the southwest corner of the building rather than on the northwest corner, because that's the corner that's immediately adjacent to the access to the south end of the station. So, and I think that there's also a great opportunity to use that retail to access the pedestrian space along North Temple.
I've got it, Tim. I'll write it down. Yep.
Yeah, I have a similar kind of comment. I know you guys aren't afraid of retail and ground floor uses. You have the grocery store and the townhomes and things like that. So I think it would have been good to see a little more ground floor use, but I've also worked on projects where you need lots of parking, and I get it. So my comment would be, I think the trickiest part is that walkway and keeping that feeling safe, keeping it feeling engaging. And I think the retail might make sense there. I get that that's a more exposed corner on the north. But what is nice about having it down there is it makes it feel safe. It makes it feel like there's people watching you walk down the corridor. Somebody's got your back while you're going down through there. And I think you're right with the landscaping. It makes a lot of sense. I would go from the metal screens to maybe metal fins. Just try to create artwork that's not a mural place. There's murals on everything now. It'd be great to do some sort of metal work that's really interesting, perforated panels. Fins, anything like that can create some sort of patterning as you're going down that pathway to kind of pull you into that space to want to explore, and then people will start to use that space and make it safer. Another idea, which it would be a little tricky with your parking layout, but if you were to move the bike parking over there and turn that into an art piece where that's lit up and that becomes kind of a draw and people are putting their bikes in there, more eyes on the street. I'm trying to find ground floor uses to put in that alleyway so it doesn't feel dangerous, it feels safe. And I think that would be a great way to do that, and that becomes artwork on that facade and kind of breaks that facade up more. So that's where I would start on that section. And potentially looking at, using the viaduct as an asset. So vines growing up that, there's lots of things you can do in there. So. And patterning on the ground for wayfinding and things like that. So those are some starting points for me.
Thank you.
So you're getting some good suggestions. Then I'm going to jump in, as I always do, and talk in some ethereal metaphor, I guess. But, the first time I saw a building that was over the 200 feet length that I felt actually met the intent was one of your buildings facing Front Runner. And that was the first time I thought, well, I guess it can be done, right? When I looked at the renderings for this, mind you, I get now that they're not exactly what you would want to show. It feels massive. So I know you can do this better. And maybe it would be the landscaping part to it. I don't know that that would complete it, but I know you have the skills to not make this feel so massive. So when you're asking to exceed the 200-foot length, I think this needs some work to get there, to meet the intent for me. Additionally, because I'm not an urban planner, I'm not an architect, I'm just your average person. When I got on the planning commission, I started really paying attention about how I relate to buildings. And walking downtown, I really started to understand those really long buildings with can make you feel very unwelcome when there's nothing to break it up or nothing to give you a scale. And you're walking along this, and it does feel very unwelcoming. So while I think that you could do North Temple, I agree with the intent of the setback. I think that's great, and widening that up. But I think the length of that building is so long that you need to do some other things there, and maybe reducing the screening into something else that allows the pedestrian to not feel like it's just like, oh my God, I'm walking this huge length of building that is never going to end. And even though there's, a little tree or here or there, some landscaping, that relationship is pretty important. And so that's what I would be looking at when you come back, is how did you treat this very massive building and the length of it in a way that I think you are capable of doing, because I've seen you do it on one of your other buildings down there. I think staff's interpretation of the intent along 490 West being met, I'm totally fine with that. I feel like that is appropriate. I think, though, when we were looking at North Temple, it's not meeting the design standard, but I think you can do it. I think there's this great middle ground, because I think you're capable of it, but addressing the mass of that building in a way that is going to not leave that pedestrian feeling so uninvited. And you got some really good suggestions. I give you no suggestions other than this is what I'm going to be looking at. The solutions are up to you guys, because you're the professionals and this is your building and whatnot. But that's what I'm really going to be evaluating when it comes back for the intent, because I think North Temple needs some work, because the city it is in our plan, and we do want a vested interest in this pedestrian connection. And I think that you also see the value of that, and you want to do that. So North Temple, I think, still needs some work in order to really meet the intent and the experience.
Amy, while you're on that, are you good with the corners? Is it the middle section? Because we extended that corner a long ways down both faces, trying to narrow the area that was less influential, if I'm just looking for a better way to say it. But
No, yeah, that's a really good question. I think, I think if you did relocate the retail on that corner, that would be a big help in like drawing somebody there, and then, it's inviting. I've just noticed then when you're walking that amount of length of a building, even though it's, there's nothing going on, you can design it and you can use material and you can use landscaping. It's going to be a combination of things to not make people feel like, when is this building going to end? And wow, this is really uninviting. I'm in between this viaduct and this really big building. How you manage that, I truly actually think you are capable of it, which I normally wouldn't say to everybody. So I do that because I've seen you do it really well in your other project. I don't remember the name of it, but it was the one facing Frontrunner. I think that's the challenge. And so right now, I think staff's interpretation for me along North Temple is I'm leaning towards staffing like you're not meeting it. I don't necessarily think that means you have to meet it with increased glass or increased doors. I think there are alternate ways you can do it, but that's what I'm going to be looking at, is how did you achieve that in a way that works for you, but then the intent is really what I'm always looking at, not necessarily how we broke it down, right?
As long as you guys are good just with the fact that we're trying really hard not to put doors over there. We're in that underneath the viaduct component of a safety issue too. We've had difficulty securing the parking lot. So we're trying to make it super active, super bright, super safe. So there's a bit of a public safety element in what we're trying to do there. So just as long as, when you see coming back, I promise you we're going to put a great effort into this and we're going to make you happy. But I really don't want to put any doors down there for a ton of reasons. I don't want our residents leaving out that way, and I don't want someone having the ability to prop something open and coming in that way because it's a safety issue. So
I'm personally okay with that.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't think you have to meet it via like this amount of doors, this amount of glass, because this is a really unique spot. And it's always a challenge when you have multiple street frontages and one of those streets is really not really what you're going to be engaging on. So it is a challenge, and I think there are different ways you can get to the intent. You've shown me you can do it on your other building, so I think you can do it here. But as it is right now, I feel like it needs work.
Okay.
But I don't want to like dictate the solutions to you, just the problems and what I specifically will kind of look at when it comes back.
Yeah, well, and
That's my
that
bits.
that kind of goes back to why I was suggesting the bike storage over there, because it's going to make it feel wider, because if that is glass, they don't need a door on that side, but at least people parking their bikes are going to make people in the alley feel better. And then if you put seating at the end of that tunnel, as you're going to the train, you're going to feel safe and like you're going the right direction, because you're going to see there's other people down here. I can come down here and sit. I don't feel like I'm going down an alley that maybe I shouldn't be going down. I need to turn around. I'm lost. It's just part of wayfinding. It makes you feel better. Even if no one's sitting out there, somebody could be, and it makes you feel safer. So I think little things like that, you know, if you pulled it back into the building a little bit even and had the seating just so you could barely see it down the alleyway if you wanted to keep that open. But just little things like that make a big difference. And I think that plays into the safety concern you just mentioned. You need that to deal with that. So
absolutely. Got it. Okay.
Any other thoughts or suggestions on this? Okay.
I'd just like to
Go.
reinforce the idea that I recognize the problem of North Temple. And there are some elements that could be incorporated potentially. For example, the City Creek is open there, right underneath the viaduct, and there may be some elements that could be used. But what's the foot traffic like through that area at 10:30 at night?
It's not necessarily the foot traffic that any of us would prefer to have occur at the moment.
I would like to point out that I think a lot of that, and this is a little bit outside our scope, a bus to my home from downtown, like literally right downtown, runs once an hour. And I live in a centrally located neighborhood. So I think until we fix the transit around downtown, I think it's very big ask to be like, oh, walk around at 10:30 when there is no transit running past 6 p.m. and at least more than once an hour. So I don't, again, this is not something we can fix, but I do think it's very hard to get this to be a 24/7 neighborhood with that little transit going on.
Listen,
Okay.
yeah, and Andrea, we're thrilled with this location. When you're coming off North Temple out of the airport and heading into the LDS Conference Center or into the downtown core or into the office buildings or to the University of Utah and you're using North Temple, we're going to be this dynamite gateway visible thing. And so we really paid attention to that street level of North Temple, 30 feet in the air. And in, you know, we understand it needs to be pedestrian as well. It just created this really odd moment of where do you spend your money? How do you really look to influence the architecture? And we're good at this. You're right. We'll figure it out, Amy.
Yes, I actually think you will. I'll reiterate, I don't say that to everybody. So take that as a compliment because I mean it. All right, so do you feel like you got good direction of what we'll be looking for?
I do.
Okay.
Are you
Liz, do
comfortable?
you feel like we answered your questions? Okay, and you got enough direction too, so. All right, I appreciate you coming for the work session. I think this is a lot to hash out. And then when you come back, it usually will just be like, yep, you did it. And it's worth it for these bigger projects. But
And Liz, welcome. You know, she's one of the newbies at our town, and I've worked with every planner here at one point or another. So welcome to the chaos.
throw you into the fire.
So just one last thing for me,
Okay.
something I think will help next time is elevation's fine, keep the trees off, but let's see some really good pedestrian renderings, like just looking down the paths. And I know you guys will do it. It's just a lot of people forget that and give us the God view, and it helps us have that conversation. So.
No bikes on the sidewalks,
I was gonna say,
please.
and don't make
No
Andrew
bikes on
upset
the
and put
sidewalks.
bikes on
I
the
picked
sidewalk.
up on that earlier.
Do not make that mistake.
It's
All
a
right.
long night for you guys, but we learn too. Trust me, we pay attention to all of it.
All right.
Thank you all for your
Thank
time.
you
Been a
for your
super
time.
long
Thank
night.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying tonight and agreeing to the work session, and thanks for bringing that, Liz.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes
He's
our
gonna catch a plane.
presentation parts, but we have one last business item, and that is the chair and vice chair elections. So I would say this was a great way for me to end on such a nice meeting, my tenure as chair. For everybody who hasn't been part of this process, we'll make a nomination for chair, and they must, and we'll do it two separate. And they must accept that, so we can't really nominate somebody who's not here. With that said, I would like to nominate Maureen for chair.
I'll second that.
Okay, so, I can't nominate because I am chair, sorry. Somebody else can do it.
I'll nominate Maureen.
And I'll second that.
Okay. I already asked her, so she has to. But you're right.
Okay,
you
I'll do
accept?
it. It's okay.
All right. You have a question?
Can you be chair again?
No. According to
Vice
our
chair?
policy, yes.
Policies and procedures do not allow you to serve as chair consecutive terms.
You can be chair multiple times, but not
Correct.
2 years in a row.
Not a dictatorship.
If the chair term is 2 years?
No.
No, it's one.
It's
year.
1 year, and so you cannot be chair 2 years consecutive, but you can be chair multiple times.
Gotcha. Okay.
I've been chair before.
She has been chair before, but yes, in answer to your question, I would be eligible to be vice chair, but not chair for next year. Okay, so we have a motion by Mike and a second by Amy for Maureen as chair for the next year. Let's go ahead and take a vote. We'll start Levi,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Andra,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Maureen,
Yes.
and I will also vote yes, so that passes unanimously. Now we need a nomination for vice chair, and I can't make it.
How do you feel about being nominated for vice chair?
Well, I also approached Mike if he would be interested too, so
Excellent.
I
I nominate Mike for vice chair.
I second that.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on.
That was Andrew and Levi.
Yeah, I didn't create a column for this, so I'm freehanding it. So I have a motion from Andra and a second from Levi for vice chair for Mike. Let's go ahead and take a vote. Maureen,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Andra,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
and I also vote yes, so that passes unanimously as well. Welcome to the new governing, the chair and vice chair.
Did a great job.
Thank you, everyone, and we're done for tonight, so have a good evening.